is that the reason that people are becoming aware of this is because it's not going well. It's not going well. There's a lot of things that aren't going well in the world, as I'm sure you know, and that. And a lot of it is due to emotional ignorance, lack of emotional intelligence. A lot of it, surprising amount. So that's what we're talking about. That's why I'm here in the middle of the night, jumping up and down about it. That's why our team is excited to share with you all the important things about emotional intelligence and about how it can lead to peace. And we're trying to teach the world stuff that they don't know, that the whole world, most of the world does not know. And it's information, it's good information, and it's all completely, totally free. Actually, it's free inside of all of us all the time. And so we are trying, all we need is some education on how to use it. So getting ahead of myself here, let me start back a little bit. So I'd like to introduce you to EQ and say why it's skyrocketing in popularity. I want to show how emotional intelligence can lead to peace inside us and around us. I want to help us create leadership and commitment and volunteerism and community and communications and empowerment and strength and decision-making, the whole works. It's amazing how many parts of life emotional intelligence affects. I know this is supposed to be about community-based rehab and people working specifically with people with disabilities. But it is bigger than that. It's bigger, it's more effective, and it's more general, but more specific. And it can be a life changer, and it can be a lifesaver, actually. So that's why we're here doing this. So I hope it's effective for you, and I hope you can take this into account to make your emotions more important to you than they ever were before. Like I said, it's a surprising, really shocking amount of how much our emotions affect us. It's really surprising. Most are in our culture and your culture. Emotions are mostly ignored and put down and denied, and we don't pay any attention to them. Well, it turns out that's not a good idea. And so we're trying to change our culture and change our skill set and change our minds about that. So emotional intelligence can help us feel better. People with disabilities often feel bad. They feel agitated. They feel anxious or afraid or hopeless or depressed. And one of the biggest things is powerlessness. I didn't even put it in this list, but powerlessness is a huge part of this, because especially with people with disabilities, feel like they're not in control of their lives, and they can't do things. There are certain things they can't do, and that's real. They really can't do them. And so they feel powerless, and they tend to get depressed and give up and become hopeless. And emotional intelligence can help with that. We can help with that. There's a lot, no matter what's happening outside, and even stuff that's happening inside our body that doesn't work, we get to choose. We get to choose how we manage our inner self, how we manage our thoughts, our feelings, our decisions, our actions, all of it. We get to choose.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Could you make it full screen? The presentation, can you make it in the slideshow mode?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. No problem. Okay, so we can help with that. So let's do that. I got way too many slides, so I'm going to go quickly. I'm sorry. But EQ is about learning about ourselves, about learning about me, learning about you, learning about ourselves. It's us studying us. It's you studying you. We call it meta study. So it's looking from the big picture, looking at ourselves. It's also metacognition, it's called, which is thinking about what we're thinking about. And meta emotion is feeling about what we're feeling about. And so it's about us studying ourselves. In my opinion, one of the most interesting subjects, fascinating subject to me. I love to figure out how I work, and I love to figure out how other people work. And so I think it's fascinating personally. I hope you like it as well. Psychology is also called psychology and mindfulness and awareness and all that good stuff, but it's all about me studying me. Fun stuff. So very, very practical, as I said, very, very practical. It's basically about being smarter with our thoughts and our feelings. That's all. It's all. It's not very complicated. There's a lot to it, but it's very, very simple the way it works. It's very simple. It's not rocket science, but it is. There's a lot to it. So let's get into it here. Bottom line, it is ways to respond. It's skills, language, and competencies so we can respond to our life rather than react, which means that we are making some logical, smart decisions about what we do and who we are. And that allows us to respond properly. It allows us to make good decisions. It allows us to take good positive actions rather than just reacting and doing habitual actions. So we're taking control of our lives, which you can call me a control freak if you like. I like to be in control of my life. I want you to be able to feel like you're in control of your life. As you probably know, a lot of people nowadays, there's a lot of really bad problems. I think I have a slide on it, so I won't go into that. But a lot of people are feeling really powerless and like they don't have control of their lives and they're giving up. And that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. It doesn't have to be that way. We can educate people and so that they can feel stronger and more powerful about themselves and their lives, whether you have disabilities or not. People drive performance and emotions drive people. Emotions drive people. So we really need to learn about how our emotions work because we don't know. Mostly we don't know. We, as our nonprofit this is kind of sums up our nonprofit work in one sentence, which is world peace begins with inner peace. We're trying to get to peace, right? Whether it's inside or outside of us, and it begins inside of us. So Dalai Lama said, through inner peace, genuine world peace can be achieved. A lot of people don't think it can, but we think it can. And Dalai Lama says it can be achieved. Peace must first be created inside ourselves and then gradually expanded to our families, our communities, and ultimately the whole planet. So that's the point of our nonprofit. And that's the point of emotional intelligence, is to be smart enough within ourselves, that we can create some peace inside of us. We can create love, we can create joy, we can create happiness inside of us, by ourselves, with ourselves, for ourselves, and for others. And as you know, part of that is about relationships. We need to do it outside of us as well. And someday, maybe we can have real big peace, world peace. Maybe. Let me know if you agree or not. You could throw it in the chat if you want to. Do you believe that world peace is possible? And secondarily, do you believe emotional intelligence might be a way to get there? I do, but let me know what you think. EQ is the tools and the skills and the competencies and the knowledge about how to work ourselves, but the goal is peace. So there are different kinds of peace. Success. There's different kinds of success: financial success, spiritual success, emotional success. Emotional success is called inner peace. All right. Another way to put it, we are in charge of our lives and we can calm ourselves and we can be okay. We can be okay. That's called inner peace. So emotional intelligence leads to inner peace, which can lead to world peace. All right. So inner peace inside of me. Interpersonal peace is between us, two of us, right? We can get along as a couple, as a group, as a team. We can do social peace, which is three or more of us getting along together, working together, caring about each other, being connected, feeling connected. Really, really important to us humans. We don't like to be disconnected. We don't like to be alone. We like to be with people. We like to be part of and belong. We like to belong. One of the most famous therapists, Rudolf Dreikers, worked with children for many, many years. And he said that our mental health is directly related to our sense of belonging, right? Think about that. Our mental health, our level of mental health, whether we're okay or we're not okay, is based on directly related to our sense of belonging. Do we fit in? Do we have a team? Do we have a family? Do we have a group? Do we have a culture where we fit in? It's really important to us humans. So social peace is really important to working this out. So I can peace about me, peace between us, peace among us, and maybe someday we can get all of us working together for peace. There's a new kind of education called peace education that's kind of new. I don't know that you've maybe heard of it before. I didn't get it in school. I wish I would have. We're trying to teach it in schools worldwide. It's how to be peaceful. And this, again, has to do with the community. It has to do with people that struggle with different things. It has to do with disabilities. It has to do with everybody getting along and learning how to be peaceful. So the definition is the process of acquiring the values, knowledge, attitudes, skills, and behaviors to live in harmony with oneself, others, and the natural environment. Pretty cool, huh? Neat subject for school, don't you think? I do. I never had it in school. I never heard of it in school, but now we teach it, and it's a wonderful thing. So keep calm and peace on, peace, brother. It's not complicated, but we can do it. I like this guy's face. It's a statue in a park somewhere, but he's got a great peaceful look on his face. And I thought that's kind of what peace looks like for me. I don't know how it looks for you. You might consider for a minute right now, how peaceful do you feel? How peaceful do you feel right now? 1 through 10. How peaceful do you feel right now? Throw it in the chat if you want to. And bigger is, how peaceful do you feel in general? Like in the last week or so, or for the last month or so, how peaceful do you feel in general? So throw that in the chat if you would. So it's kind of neat to look at it, think about it, become aware of it, accept it, those kind of things. So just a new subject to think about and to explore inside of you with your growth mindset, right? With your growth mindset, right? Inner peace begins the moment you choose not to allow another person or event to control your emotions. We can have them affect our emotions sometimes, right? Things happen and we go, oh, that was cool, and I feel good about that, or oh, that was not cool, right? And so I don't feel good about that. We can have it affect our emotions, but reality is they do not control our emotions. We do. And that's part of our control, our power, our choice, is that we get to choose what's going on inside, whether we have disabilities or not, whether we are rich or poor, whether we're smart or dumb, it doesn't matter. It's IQ and EQ, our knowledge, our cognitive intelligence is in a way kind of irrelevant. I mean, you got to have a little bit of it, but it's kind of irrelevant. What really matters is our emotional intelligence and what we can do with it and how we can control ourselves and feel like we have power over our own lives. So emotions matter a lot. Emotions matter a lot, more than we ever thought possible. Yes, they're fleeting. Yes, they can move around. Yes, they're mushy. Yeah, they're hard to explain, and they're all touchy-feely and all that kind of stuff. That's all true, and that's a good thing. That's a cool thing. It's such a powerful part of our lives, it's a weird subject. It's just a weird subject. I mean, it's something you can't just teach somebody. Okay, here's how you do your emotions. You got to bring it out of them. You got to ask them, and you got to have them explore inside of them. How you feel is different than how I feel. We can call it kind of the same stuff, but mostly it's different. It's different for all of us, and so we got to learn about ourselves, and we got to go inside and explore and be able to name things. What do you call it? Name it to tame it, I call it. What are you feeling? What is it you're feeling? Can you separate them? Can you identify them? Can you accept what's happening inside of you? Or do you fight it and deny it and lie to yourself about it? A lot of people do. A lot of people do. That's what we're trained, especially us guys, right? We don't do emotions, right? We don't do emotions. Big boys don't cry and all that kind of garbage, right? That's what we were told. And we have to deny it and push it away. And it's not a good idea. Turns out not a very good idea. Try doing it different. Try doing it different. I suggest very strongly. A lot of this started with this book right here, which was Daniel Goleman wrote this book called Emotional Intelligence, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. And that's a big deal because we were teaching it probably 10 years before this book was written. Yep. And when this book came out, I was like, oh, emotional intelligence. That's what that's called. That's what we're teaching. Oh, I didn't know that. What a great term. I loved it from the very first second I heard it. Like, yes, that's what we're teaching. Emotional intelligence, being smart about our emotions. Right. That is so cool. So I love that this came out. And it's a groundbreaking book. It was on the book and Time magazine. It was rated number 5 in the top 20 most influential books of all time, this one. And so if you haven't read it, I highly suggest it. It's a little bit business oriented, but it's a great explanation of how EQ works. And so I highly recommend it. And now this book's been out for a long time. You can get a used copy for about $2, and it's very, very important read. I suggest it. So what he said is there's some basic components of this. And again, this is for people that have disabilities or not. Doesn't really matter. It's the same kind of stuff. It starts with self-awareness up here, which has to do with me knowing about me, you knowing about you, what is going on inside of you. Be aware, mindfulness, right? Consciousness, being open, being aware. What is going on for you? What thoughts are you having? What feelings are you having? What decisions are you making? How do you make those decisions? Where do you keep this information in your body? Where do you keep your emotions in your body? How do you let go of them? All that kind of stuff. It's all self-awareness, starts there. Second, self-management. Okay, now when I'm aware of what's going on inside of me, now I can do something with it. I can do smart stuff with it. I can manage myself. I can manage my emotions. I can adjust my thoughts. I call it spin it to win it. All right, I like hashtags, spin it to win it, which means I'm having a yucky thought. I go, that's not fair and that's not right, and I'm mad about that, or that really hurt my feelings. I can be aware of that, and I can spin it. I can adjust it a little bit. I can have that thought and I can go, you know what? I don't know. I don't really like that thought. I mean, you can't change it because it already happened, but you can adjust it and you can have a better thought. You can replace that thought with a better thought. And you go, well, maybe that person was having a bad day. Maybe it has nothing to do with me. Depersonalize is called. Maybe, all kinds of things. We can adjust things so that we then obviously will feel better if we're getting all pissy because we think somebody did something to us, or we go, well, maybe not. Maybe they were doing their thing, and they were doing their thing. Maybe I can react to it or not. And I can spin my thoughts a little bit, which is going to make me feel better, which is going to make me make better decisions and take better actions, and the whole works. So self-awareness first, self-management second. Then next is social awareness, which means being aware that other people have thoughts and feelings too. Wow, huh? And my thoughts and my feelings are very important to me. They're very important to me. And guess what? They're important to other people too. Isn't that cool? So that means that if I care about what I'm thinking and feeling, if I care about what they're thinking and feeling, wow, guess what? People like that. And that's the next one, which is called relationship skills. People like it when you care about them. People like it when you listen to them. People like it when you have empathy and compassion for them. People like that. If you can make it safe for people around you to feel what they need to feel and be okay without your big judgments about it, and helping even them take their judgments off of it, then you become super important to them. You become a safe person. You become somebody that they can go to, that they can feel comfortable with, that you can hold space for, it's called, and you can allow them to be them, and they will love you for it. And it makes for great relationships, which is for you and them. It's for you and them. We don't do stuff just for other people. We do stuff because it works for us and it works for them. So we've got us managing us being aware of us managing us being aware of other people, us managing our relationships, and then a responsible decision making helps people being able to think and feel, being able to use all of the information that our body is giving us to make good decisions. That's responsible decision making. The conclusion of that is called social emotional learning. A lot of times in schools, in academic world, it's called SEL, social emotional learning. Emotional intelligence, same thing, different term for the same thing. And it also super important. It's being taught in some schools in the United States now. Yeah, it's actually law in some states in the United States, which is great now. And it's coming. I heard there was a new law in India for mental health training. Counselors, you have to have a counselor in each school, which is wonderful. It's a start. We've got a long way to go. But it started. And so we're trying to progress that and make it bigger. So same thing, more specifically, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management. So look up Daniel Goleman or keystepmedia.com. So this is the biggest thing that I want you to hear of this whole talk, whatever I say. This is the most important thing I'm saying in the whole thing today. And that is what I call emotional responsibility. What that means is that your thoughts and your feelings and your values and your decisions and your actions and your beliefs and your moods and your attitudes, all that stuff, guess what? They're yours. They're yours. You made them. If you take ownership of yourself and you take into account that you made those things, they didn't do it to you. People do what they do, right? The pandemic's happening. The government's doing what they're doing. Your teacher's doing what they're doing. Your boss is doing what he's doing. All that stuff that's happening is happening. They're doing what they're doing. What you do with that inside of you is up to you, right? So if you take this, seems to be, to me, is the tipping point. It's the difference between whether you're going to do great or not, which means if I take charge of myself and I know that my thoughts and my feelings are mine and that I can run myself, then I can do some amazing things. If I don't, then I become a whiner, blamer, victim. They did it to me. They made me angry. That person hit me or something or got mad at me, so I got to get back at them, right? No, I don't gotta. You decide whether you want to or not. You decide, and that puts you in charge of you. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So, like I said, this is the most important thing of this whole talk, in my opinion, is that you are in charge of you, right? Because if you can handle you, then you can be open, you can be loving, you can be happy, you can be risk more, you can be more excited, you can have be more powerful, all kinds of stuff that's wonderful for you if you can take responsibility for your own thoughts and feelings. So highly recommend it. I'll say more about it later, but it's really important. So here's some emotional intelligence skills. There's emotional awareness, like I was talking about. First off, being aware. There's identification. What are you feeling and what's it called? There's emotional literacy. That's how do I talk about it? What's the language of emotions? There's a whole language to do with it. I have a list of, I think it's 5,000 words in English language that are emotional based, kind of. They get stretching a little bit, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of words to describe what we're feeling. That's really helpful to have a great vocabulary about how you feel. and what you feel and be able to describe it to people, especially to yourself, and also to describe what you're feeling to other people. It really, really helps. It also helps to sum it up and go, okay, well, is it fear or anger or sadness? Which one? Or all three of those. But if you can kind of boil it down to those big three, because what we found is that if you can handle your fear, your anger, and your sadness, just those three things, but to the depth that your body feels them, and it's pretty powerful. You can be pretty powerful if you've never gone to where you're as sad as you've ever felt, or as scared as you feel sometimes, or as angry as you feel sometimes. If you can deal with that and be okay with that, you can manage yourself. You can do some amazing things, and there just isn't that much that life can throw at you that you can't handle. So get good at those three: fear, anger, and sadness. The next one is agility, emotional agility. That's another one. That's a really good one, is to be able to, oh, this is coming at me. What am I going to do with that? Oh, here comes another one. That's, what do I do with that? And it's coming faster and faster these days, you guys. It's coming faster, and things are not going well in a lot of departments. And so we got to get good at this. We got to get good at this pretty quickly. So emotional agility, I like that. There's a book called that. Highly recommend it. Susan James, Dr. Susan James, I believe. It's good stuff, really good stuff. Emotional agility. Then there's regulation, the emotional control. Do I want to blast people? Do I want to, or do I not? Right? Is that's my boss, or that's my best friend? Do I want to blast them, or do I want to tell them what or do I want to express all over the place, or not? That's up to me. I'm in control of me. I'm in control of me, right? Emotional congruency. Congruency is, does my insides match my outside? Am I fakey and putting this mask on, that kind of thing? Or am I being congruent? What you see is what you get. I think right now I'm being pretty congruent. I'm excited about this subject. I love talking about this. I'm excited about talking to you guys. And so I feel congruent. My inside matches my outside. My face is showing what my body is feeling. That's a cool thing. And eventually you put all these together and you get emotional mastery, which someday I would like to have. All right. So the problem is we don't learn about it. We don't talk about it. We were born with a lot of emotions, but we don't learn and talk about them. We talk about our left brain. We are left brain society, both you guys and us. And we talk about our left brain. And most people talk about what they're thinking, but not what they're feeling. And so we're focused over here on our logic. We go to school, we learn about good stuff to get a job, but we don't learn a lot of stuff about how to get along and how to manage ourselves and how to deal with our fear and that kind of stuff. So that's a problem. That is a problem. What it boils down to is that for me, I was pretty disappointed with my education. I went all the way through high school and college. And at the end, I was like, really? That's it? That's it? Okay, I know all this stuff about how to get a job, but how do I work? How do I work? What about me? What about me? I still don't know how to manage myself. And so after college, I started getting into this and going, wow, it's about emotions. Well, I didn't know anything about emotions. I talked to my parents about it and they said, we don't know anything about emotions either. My dad said, quote, I wouldn't know an emotion if it hit me upside the head. Which is probably true. He said, my dad, he didn't know anything about them, and we didn't talk about them, and nobody talked about them. And so how am I supposed to learn this stuff? So he couldn't teach us. So now I'm trying to learn it on our own and teach other people as we go and share it and that sort of thing. It's a big deal. So we're adding our right brain to our left brain. I have a little more on that in a minute. So like I was saying, there's a lot of problems going on. And in my opinion, it's hard to prove it, but in my opinion, they are very much based on lack of emotional education, right? The violence is going up, abuse is going up in the home and outside of the home. Addictions are going up a lot. COVID was not good for us humans in a lot of ways, not just physically, but emotionally. COVID was awful for us. And there's a lot of addictions, a lot of self-medicating going on, which is what a lot of addictions are. I don't want to feel this. I don't understand how to deal with my emotions. And so I'm going to take something or do something or do something to get through that, to get through my day. It's called self-medicating, and it is because we don't know how to deal with our emotions, specifically our negative emotions, our fear, anger, sadness, guilt, shame, depression, anxiety, tension. Those guys, we don't know what to do with them. Okay, here we go. I'm eating, I'm drinking, I'm drugging, I'm doing something, I'm gambling, something to get something to deal with this, but it's not really dealing with it. So it's a problem. And then it gets to be a real problem when you get addicted to it. And the ultimate there is suicide. And I don't know if you know, but suicide is skyrocketing in our country and yours, and in Europe and in Africa. It's shooting up. So suicide is at the highest levels ever in history. And it's bad. It's really bad. Personally, we live in a little small town in Northern California on the coast, on the west coast of the United States, right on the coast. The ocean's right out there on the other side of those trees. And I personally know seven people that have committed suicide in the last year and a half or so. And one of them was a good friend of mine. And man, I don't know if you've ever hung around with somebody and then all of a sudden they're gone and you watched them go and you're like, wow, what happened? That is the weirdest feeling. What happened and what could we have done? And I had no idea it was that bad. And wow, it's such a painful experience. And people nowadays, they don't know what to deal with. They don't know. And they think it's permanent. They think it's going to stay forever. They think it's them personally. Something's wrong with them. And they say, I can't deal with this. This is a self-talk thing, which is an emotional intelligence thing, is be careful what you say to yourself. Be really aware of your self-dialogue, because what you say to yourself, it ends up being what you end up deciding and doing. And you get stuck in these loops. If you don't share it and you don't talk to other people and you're not connected with people and you don't feel safe, you get stuck in these loops and you start going, you know what? I can't deal with this. I won't deal with this. I'm out of here. And boom, off they go. And that's, God, it's so sad. It's so sad. So divorce is going up. Mental health issues are going up. We're calling it positive mental health because we can deal with our mental health. We can deal with our emotions, our negative emotions, and we can actually come up and do better because we've learned about how to deal with our mental health. So, like positive psychology and positive mental health, we can go down and we can come back up. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Physical health, they've now connected emotional issues with physical problems. Emotions turn to physical problems if you don't deal with them. So be careful, watch out, because especially if you've had trauma and bad stuff happen in your childhood, they call them adverse childhood experiences, ACE, adverse childhood experiences, adverse being negative. And the more bad stuff you had happen to you as a child, the more likely you're going to have really bad physical problems as an adult. And you can deal with it. If you don't deal with it, look out. It's not going to go well. So, and then crime, and then of course war. We're now have big war going on in the world, and we're getting closer and closer to the United States going to war with Russia. And look out, that's so scary for me, so scary. And I do feel pretty powerless about that. But so we're trying to teach the world how to be peaceful. So I am trying to actually do something about it, but we got a long way to go. So we don't learn about it at school, at work, at home. Solution is emotional education, which is what we're doing right this minute. We are educating. Somebody calls it. We can think better thoughts. We can believe better beliefs. We can feel better feelings. We can make better decisions. We can take better actions. We can get better results, and we can live better life, all with emotional intelligence, all for free. All this stuff is free inside of us. We have everything we need. Some of our parents didn't know about this stuff, and they didn't treat us too well. I think most parents love their kids and want it and try to treat them as best they can. Some not so much. Some either have their own problems and issues going on, or they just don't care, or they're just mean and they are pretty abusive to their kids, and it starts flowing downhill, and it becomes generational trauma, it's called, which means you do, your grandpa was messed up your dad messed up you, and you feed it, you pass it on to your kids, or not, or you learn how to not pass that on. You learn how to treat it different, how to deal differently, how to be more responsible, how to be more understanding, to be more loving on purpose, and listen to people on purpose, and that kind of thing. And we can stop it. I love this slide because this guy is blocking what he heard and going, wait a minute, I'm not going to do it that way. And this is harder. It's harder than doing it the same way you feel like doing it that way. It's habitual to do it that way. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's hard, but it can be done. And it takes some courage and some knowledge and some awareness and acceptance, but the results are phenomenal because you are doing it different. You can see it on your kids' faces. So don't pass on the garbage that was passed on to you, please. Emotional safety is the key to a lot of this. A big part of this is about safety, and that's back to about dad here being more gentle and more understanding of his kid, is to shut up and listen to him sometimes. Just be quiet and listen to people. Ask them, what are you feeling? How are you doing? How's it going? What do you need? What can I do for you? Or what can I do with you? Or what do you need? What kind of support do you need? What's going on? That kind of stuff. We can ask people. Some of the suicide prevention, one of the biggest skills in suicide prevention is ask. How are you doing? We now are having commercials on TV in the United States about it's called "Embrace the Awkward," which is a really awkward statement. But the point is, there's this weird silence where you go, "Are you okay? What's going on for you? How are you doing?" And sometimes there's an awkward silence there, but if you be quiet for a minute and actually care about people and listen to them, you get some amazing results. And they need somebody to talk to. A lot of times people need somebody to talk to. Some benefits of emotional intelligence: gives us choices, give us freedom, gives us power, gives us ability to love. We get to, one of the coolest emotional intelligence skills is that we get to decide how much we open our heart or close it, right? If somebody is safe and wants and loving and somebody close to me, I can open up and be wonderfully intimate with them and close to them if I want to. And if they're not being safe, if they're being a butt and they're being mean, or they're throwing their energy around or whatever, I can close up and I can let that bounce off and like, no, this isn't about me. This is about you, buddy boy. This is about you. It has nothing to do with me. And I'm not going to let it hurt me. And that's pretty cool skill. So I can then, okay, when they're done, I can open back up again and be close to people. It's pretty cool. I love that. We can get better results. We can be more successful. We can be a leader in our lives. Some of the other EQ for Peace speakers in this conference are going to talk about leadership, quite a bit about leadership, because that has a lot to do with how we handle our communities, is for making you become a leader of yourself, of your family, of your life, of your neighborhood, that kind of thing. Just being a leader is emotional intelligence skill. So we'll check that out, and we'll get a lot more in depth on that today and tomorrow and the next day. We can do self-esteem, self-care, self-love. We can find purpose. We can find peace. We can create peace. We can build teams. We can build relationships. We can get stuff done. We may be able to change our culture, which would be pretty cool. And we can heal stuff from our past, our trauma, our pain, our sadness, stuff from the past. We don't have to carry that stuff around inside our body anymore. We don't have to. We may have our whole lives, but we do not have to. We can change it, and we can release it, and we can let go of it, and we can create. We can deal with our past. We can make a better present, and we can make an awesome future for ourselves that way. Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Well, that's a little bit severe, but you kind of get the point, is that he's saying we need to educate our mind and educate our heart. I'd say both. We need both. We need both. So think, feel, act. Three things, right? Fear, anger, sadness. Think, feel, act. Those are the main things. We think, and it's pretty much in that order. We think stuff, and then therefore we feel. Whether if we think yucky stuff, we're gonna feel yucky stuff. If we think happy stuff, we're gonna feel happy stuff, and we're probably gonna make better actions. So we get to decide what we think and feel and how we act. And it all starts with our thoughts, and we can adjust them. Like I was saying, spin it to win it. We can adjust them, and we are in charge. Nobody makes us angry. Nobody hurts our feelings. We do that. And that is a wonderful news. That's the best news that I can know of. That's the best news. There's so much bad news going on, but that is very good news that we are in charge of our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions. Down here at the bottom is 6seconds.org. They have a ton of stuff on emotional intelligence. Go there if you want to learn a bunch about it, descriptions of it. This graphic is theirs. They have classes and certifications and assessments and all coaching, all kinds of stuff going on there. Go to 6seconds.org. It's called 6 seconds because it takes about 6 seconds for your body to go, oh, and then settle down a little bit. If you just wait about 6 seconds, or counting to 10 works really well, that kind of thing. So that's why it's called 6 seconds. Our body can settle down from really strong emotions if we will wait just a second, just a couple seconds. This is how it works. They've got thought, feel, act. I say that it's even the piece that's missing in here is thought, feel, decide, act.
सर आपका स्पीकर नहीं आ रहा है.
Decide is where we have the power, where we are at choice, is in our decisions. So yeah. Can you guys mute if you're not talking right now? Could you mute, please? So use I messages in your communications. I think, I feel, I believe, I want, I understand, that kind of thing. Use I messages, and then you don't get into arguments because you're just about you. Here's some things that you can take away from this. You decide to use both your thoughts and your emotions. They both matter. Not just our thoughts. Emotional responsibility, like I said, is super huge, important to this whole thing. Take time to learn about your thoughts and your feelings. Study yourself, that metacognition thing, meta study thing, where we're watching ourselves. The 3 steps down here: awareness. I have a thought and a feeling. Okay. Acceptance. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm having a thought and a feeling. It only takes a second. You can accept it, or you can deny it and fight it your whole life if you want to. It's up to you. But I suggest you be aware and then accept it, and then decide whether you want to take some action or not. AAA. You want to take some action or no action. And no action, a lot of times with strong feelings, is a good idea. Keep your mouth shut. Don't do anything. Deal with it later. But it's up to you. And no matter how strong your thought is and how strong your feeling is, you do not have to take action on it. That is emotional intelligence too. Share EQ with someone else, anyone else. Most people don't know what I'm talking about. They have no idea. They don't even know the concept of thoughts, feelings, and action. They don't know that emotional intelligence is a thing, that you can be smart about your thoughts and your feelings. They're like, what? Yes, you can be smart about your feelings. You can manage them properly, and there's ways to do that. And please share it. What I do is I go, have you ever heard of emotional intelligence? And it makes a wonderful conversation starter or conversation deepener. If you already know somebody, it's a groundbreaking thing, or it's something where when you start talking about emotions, then people get the conversation, and your closeness to them goes kind of to a different level, and it makes it more safe and more profound and more deep and more real. As you start talking about what's up for you, who you are, and what matters to you, and what you care about, and what you feel, and what you think, and what you feel. So try that. and then consciously build peace and positivity and purpose in your life, inside and around you, the stuff that we can do. So emotions matter. Your inner world is yours. Study EQ, share EQ, and consciously build peace inside of you. I'm going to kind of go through some of these are duplicated, it looks like. So we can create peace in and around us, interpersonal peace. Here's mental health, positive mental health. Like I said, if we can deal with our negatives, we do need to deal with our negatives, then we can come up back to quote normal, and then go beyond and go up to peace and love and joy and happy stuff. So, but we need to learn how to deal with our negatives. We got to learn how to deal with our negatives. So, so do that. If you know about positive psychology, it's the same kind of thing. Therapy for hundreds of years has always been to take people that are having disorders and problems and issues and stuff, which is negative, and try to get them back to normal, which is basically negative to zero, right? So we try to get them back to normal. And Dr. Seligman from the University of Pennsylvania started positive psychology, and he said, wait a minute, we can do better than that. We can study people that are really successful and really happy, and we can figure out how they do that and replicate that and learn from them and go there. But we got to be able to deal with the negatives in order to go up there. But we can do that. We can do better. We can do better. So, oh, we got some duplications here. Sorry about that. Awareness, acceptance, action. I talked about that a little bit. Here's a wheel. Here's this is called Plutchik's Wheel of Emotions. There's a really cool version of this on 6seconds.org. It really helps, like I said, to be able to identify what the heck you're feeling. I call it name it to tame it. Sometimes just being able to describe it to yourself, you're like, oh, I see. Oh, it's disappointment that I'm feeling, or oh, I'm feeling powerless. There's something going on and I don't think I can do anything about it. And I'm feeling powerless, and it's making me, I think I'm powerless. I think there's nothing I can do. So I'm feeling lost. I'm feeling scared. I'm feeling not in control, that kind of thing. So our thoughts affect our feelings, and being able to identify what we're feeling a lot of times makes us feel better just by itself, just being able to identify it. And certainly it helps to be able to describe it to other people. So in this model, there's 6 main feelings, core feelings, they call them, in the middle, and then they spread out more specifically, and then they spread out even more specifically, and it helps to be able to describe stuff. But it also helps, like I said, to be able to sum it up to fear, anger, and sadness as the big 3 negatives, so that you can deal with those. So here's, in the big picture of things, the UN is about as high as you can get. It is as high as you can get in the free world, as I call it. We're trying to do a top-down kind of strategy to teach the world emotional intelligence. We start at the UN level, right? That's as high as you can get. The UN has these things called global sustainable development goals, SDGs. These are the 17 of them that they have come up with, and they are things that people that the world needs, that they have described the world needs. So so they want people to be a part of what's happening and be able to identify what's needed. Emotional intelligence can handle, it works with 4 of these. First one is good health and well-being, which is inner peace, which is you, personal, individual, learning about ourselves, right? Well-being is about us. EQ can definitely help with that one. Quality education, right? We're learning about our left brain and our logic and our reason, and that's all good stuff. But we need to learn about our right brain also, and that makes for better quality education. Third is work. We can do EQ at work. We can learn how to do emotions, how to be compassionate, how to be empathetic, how to listen to people, how to care about people, how to help them feel like they belong and they matter. All that stuff at work. That's pretty cool. So we've got home, school, work leads to, if you add those up, Peace. Number 16, peace. So 3 plus 4 plus 3 plus 4 plus 8 equals 15 plus you equals 16, which is peace. So I just made that up, but it's kind of fun. So anyway, you get the idea. Homeschool, work, all affect emotional intelligence affects us in every area of our life, and it leads to peace. So let's work on that from the UN, from the biggest level that we can. Here's a brain. Both sides is what I was talking about earlier. This is kind of out of order, but I'm sorry about that. But so we're talking about integrating our left brain, which is where we usually focus over here on the left, is our logic, our sequential processing, we call it, which is A plus B equals C. Ba-dum, 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 right? Our logic, we need to know that. It's good. We're good at that. And we need to be good at that. And that's, I'm not saying emotional intelligence is more important than our logic. We need our logic bad, but we're pretty good at that. What we're not too good at is our right brain, is our emotional intelligence, our peace, our creativity, our senses, our emotions, our passion, our freedom. All that stuff's over on the right. This is kind of silly drawing about it, but it's fun. And it's we need both. We need both. So this shows that this guy over on the left has good IQ and not so good EQ. And if he takes off, he's going to spin around in circles and not get very far. The guy on the right has good EQ and IQ. He's balanced them off. And so if he takes off, he can fly. He can soar, right? Anyway, I cracked myself up. So anyway, so we're adding EQ to our IQ. We're adding EQ. We're not taking anything away. We're adding. So come on. Here we go. No matter what, I said this earlier, no matter what happens outside of us, we have the power to control what happens inside of us. Again, very, very, very good news, in my opinion. Very good news that it ain't the world that's going to tear me down. It's me. And if I can manage me, I can control me. I can help others control them, whether they have disabilities or problems or not. It doesn't make much difference. They get to control themselves, their thoughts and their feelings, no matter what's up with your body, what's up with things around you. You still get to control them. Have the power to choose. You have the power to choose. For me personally, I have cancer and I have had to deal with that, and it's been a struggle. I've had it for a while now. Luckily, the left brain stuff in the world has made medicine that is working really well. So I'm doing really well with it because of medical technology. Otherwise, I would not be here. I would not be here about 7 years ago. I'd have not been here. And so I'm a big fan of medical technology, and I'm a big fan of left brain logic, or else it would have been done. But I also am saying that, well, even with all that stuff happening, no matter how scared I was or how much I thought I wasn't going to be here, or, you know, the ultimate fear is our own mortality, our own self-dying. And so that's the biggest fear us humans have, pretty much. And I got to deal with that a couple of times. But still, I still get to control me. I still get to decide how I think and feel. And man, I was so happy. I still am so appreciative that I have done this work and been able to learn about my emotions. So as I've gone through this, it's been amazing for me. I'm so thankful and that's another reason why I'm here trying to help you guys. So our inner worlds, our thoughts and feelings, our outer world is our actions and our results, what we're going to happen to ourselves. So, so real quick, this is basically how it works. First off, stuff happens outside of us, events, I call them, which is just stuff happens. If you get out of bed in the morning, stuff's going to happen. Even if you don't get out of bed in the morning, stuff's going to happen. So things happen. They just do outside of us, right? We then have a thought and or a feeling about what happened. Guess what? We just took it inside. They didn't force it in there. We took it in. We cannot take it in, but we took it in. We had a thought and feeling on it. Now I got to deal with it because now it's inside of me. Now I got to deal with it, but it's mine to deal with, right? Not, they didn't make me do it. I now have the power and the responsibility to deal with it. So what do? I become aware first up. All right. I can't do anything until I'm aware. First, I be aware. Second, I accept. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. That happened. All right. I'm having this thought and feeling. Then I look at it and go, well, what do I think about that? Is that something I want? Is that something I don't want? What do I want to do with this? So I evaluate, then I can decide, I can make a good conscious decision based on my thoughts. Like, does this make sense? My logical side and my emotions. Does it feel good? Does it feel right? Does it feel right to me? My intuition and that sort of thing. I can combine those two, my thoughts and my feelings, this great information that my body has given me, then I can make the best decisions that I can because I'm using all this information. I can then decide to take action or not. Now we're back out, right? Stuff happened, we took it inside, we process it, and now we're going back out with it. What am I going to do with it? What am I going to do about it? What am I going to do with it? If anything, right? I may not do anything. I may choose to do nothing, which is okay because I decided I'm in charge of me. I decided. So that's a good thing. So, and then our actions, of course, a set of our actions become who we are, what we do, what we say, what we write, how we do our relationships, all that kind of stuff becomes our behaviors. And that's what the results we're going to get in our lives. And they're going to be positive or negative based on all this stuff of how we processed our thoughts and feelings. So again, outside, inside, outside again. But the inside is the part that we get to deal with. We're born with only a few fears and no anger. Only a few fears. What I was taught, and you can agree or disagree with this, is that there are two. The studies I've read, there are only two fears that we're born with: the fear of loud noises and the fear of falling. That's what babies are born with, which means that they don't have any other fears when we first start, and we don't have any anger when we first start, which means that we picked it up along the way. All of them, all of our fears and all of our anger, we picked up along the way, which again is really good news because if I picked it up, I can set it back down, right? I'm in charge of it. I made it. I created it. I might agree with it. I might not agree with it, but I get to control it. And that's a beautiful thing. So it's pretty cool to think that most of my negative emotions, I made them. And so I'm in control of them. That's cool. I think that's very cool. If we learned it, we can unlearn it, as I call it. So what happened to my, sorry, hang on a second. Whoop. I messed up my PowerPoint. Hang on. I'm getting back to where I was. Yeah. Dump. And here. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's because I didn't mess it up. It stopped. Okay, I'm done. All right. So conclusion to the whole thing is that the takeaways, like I said, are about emotional responsibility is probably the biggest one. And to know that you are in charge of you, and to be able to control your own life, decide that your emotions and your thoughts matter a lot more than you thought they did. Take time to learn about yourself and learn about others and listen to others and care about them. Share emotional intelligence with someone else, please. We need to get this out into the world. Working with schools and universities and all the way up. We met with the ambassador to Uganda this morning. And we're trying to get emotional intelligence into schools there. They're having a lot of troubles in Africa, as you can imagine. And you guys have troubles with it. All of us are having trouble with it. So let's try to get this out into the public as much as we can, and try to consciously build some peace into our lives and purpose. It's all for us. So I hope that was helpful. Like I said, you're going to have other speakers talking about emotional intelligence and how it affects community, how to build leadership, how to build confidence and commitment and all that good stuff. And it's pretty wild how much it affects all of us. So I'm going to stop there. There's a couple questions, looks like, in the chat. Let's see. Please share tips on how to not back out. The little nudge, not back out. I'm not sure what that means. Melissa, can you describe that a little bit? What you mean by that? Not back out, the little nudge. I'm not sure what you mean. Is emotional fatigue real? Oh, definitely. Melissa also asked same question. Is emotional fatigue? Yeah, definitely. There's what's called caregivers fatigue, which might be what you're talking about, which is when you care for somebody or you care for a bunch of people for a long time. It's emotionally draining. You have to a lot of times put their needs ahead of yours. That's tough. That's tougher than it sounds. It's one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, just put their needs ahead of yours, right? Simple, right? Not so easy. Not so easy. A lot of this stuff is really simple, but it ain't easy. For example, if you are really sad, cry. Let yourself cry for a minute, and your body will feel so much better. And your body will thank you for letting yourself do that, because it's you that's stopping it. It's not you, it's not physical thing, it's emotional and mental thing that's stopping it. But if you would let yourself cry just for a minute, man, it's really pretty incredible how much better you can feel. But if you don't, it's not going to go well. And if you are constantly having to deal with other people and having to give and give and give, and you don't fill back up, consciously fill yourself back up, yeah, you can definitely have emotional fatigue, very definitely. Let's see, audio. Major difference between IQ and EQ. IQ is thoughts, EQ is motions. Bottom line, IQ is logic. EQ is creativity and your passion and your wonder and your senses, your sight, smell, taste, touch. All those are all on the right side of your brain. It's not exactly that way. Obviously, your brain is two hemispheres, but it is important that it's really your amygdala is kind of in the middle and your prefrontal cortex and all that stuff. But basically, you get the idea that we add EQ to our IQ. The meaning of nurtured. Please define the meaning of nurtured. Nurtured just means that it's natural. I mean, that you learned it. It means you learned it. It means that you were not born that way, that you were, that you learned it as you went and you created it, and now it's yours. And so you weren't born that way, so you don't have to, it's not in your DNA, it's in your upbringing, and so you can change it, and that's a wonderful thing. So we got more speakers. I got to shut up here. So I'm going to stop. Thank you for listening. I hope that was helpful, and enjoy the rest of the conference and enjoy the other speakers who are talking to you about emotional intelligence and other good stuff. So thanks, guys.
Hello. Yeah, Mr. Matt, thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
From all of us. You explained and expressed your thoughts and ideas, shared with us very nicely. I'm confident, and we are confident, that emotional intelligence will play a vital role in terms of community-based rehabilitation, especially special focus to leaders and community leaders, stakeholders, and all other managers, those who will be responsible to rehabilitation process. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Matt Williston, for your valuable thoughts shared with us. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Please stay with us.
Enjoy.
If you have time.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I'll send my PowerPoint to you,
Yeah, to you.
Dr. Khalid, and you can share it with everybody.
Okay, that's very good.
No problem.
Okay. So I would request Mr. Dev Nandan Dev Kumar. Please, sir, are you with us now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am with you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dev Nandan Kumar, we are proudly announced to senior professors, faculties, and honored participants joined from USA, India, Nepal, and me from Bangladesh. As you understand, Mr. Dev Nandan Kumar Rehabilitation Officer, Government of India, CBC, Patna. Mr. Dev Nandan Kumar will deliver policies and programs of Government of India for employment of persons with disability under CBR. We are confident that we will be facilitated to rehabilitate and will be well aware about the policies of the Government of India in terms of CBR. So thank you, sir, for joining with us. It's our privilege to be with you. I think last few sessions, this is first time I think for you. We are very proud to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please, most welcome to deliver your valuable lectures.
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I am thankful to Mr. Tapas Burman and his entire team for organizing such a wonderful program and inviting me for a session in CRE, which is approved by the RCI for the topic on CBR. I will talk about Government of India policies and programs for empowerment of persons with disabilities in personal capacity. I am working with Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, which is a nodal ministry for empowerment of persons with disabilities in India. First of all, please change my slide. Next slide. First of all, it is need to understand that in India, there are several ministries which is working for persons with disabilities, for their rehabilitation, for their education, for their empowerment. But Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India is the nodal ministry to take care the matter related to persons with disabilities, and for close coordination with central ministries, state governments, NGOs, and other stakeholders for empowerment of persons with disabilities. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India has created a separate department, namely Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And first it and renamed the department name on 8 December 2014. Earlier it was Department of Disability Affairs. And after agitations and number of representations from stakeholders and disabled people organization, ministry considered his request and renamed the name of department. Please change my slide. Next. We have to understand in India, there are, as per census 2011, there are 2.68 crore persons with disabilities in India who constitute 2.21% of total population, which is less than every country surrounding India, like in Bangladesh, in China, in Nepal. Much more percentage of disabilities are there. It depends on the definition of disability adopted by the census team, census office. And it may also be noted that in census 2011, there was only 8 types of persons with disabilities who have been covered. Now, census 2021 is scheduled to be held very soon. And under this census, total 21 types of disabilities and his data will be collected. So we have to understand in India, there are a Act, Right to Persons with Disabilities Act, in which Government of India has defined 21 types of disabilities, including blindness to blood disorder and neuromuscular disorders. So we'll discuss types of disabilities and his details in later on. Please change my slide. For take care and empowerment of persons with disabilities, in India, there are many statutory bodies and institutional framework for empowerment of persons with disabilities. First, we will discuss Rehabilitation Council of India. Rehabilitation Council of India Act 1992 has power to establish a Rehabilitation Council of India body, which is working for the or working for the manpower training and maintaining a CRR in the Delhi office. It means nobody can practice or nobody can run any course in the field of disability rehabilitation and special education without approval of Rehabilitation Council of India. The main function of Rehabilitation Council of India is to grant recognition to degree, diploma, bachelor, master, any type of course in the disability rehabilitation field or special education to any organization interested to run the courses in the special education field. Another statutory body is National Trust, which has been established under the provision of National Trust Act 1999, which has two basic duties, legal and welfare schemes. Another statutory body is the Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities, which has been established under Section 74 of Subsection 1 of RPD Act 2016. Earlier, it was provision under Section 56 of PWD Act 1995. The main responsibility of Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities is to implement, regulate, monitor the Fund for Persons with Disabilities and implement the Right to Persons with Disabilities Act of Persons in the India. In addition to a statutory body, in India, there are two corporations which is working for persons with disabilities. One is the NHFF, National Handicapped Finance Development Corporation, which is providing concessional loan to persons with disabilities for their education, for employment, for self-employment, or anything. Another body is LIMCO, Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation Limited, which is manufacturing aids and appliances for persons with disabilities, which is being distributed under Government of India schemes to persons with disabilities as free of cost. In addition to this, some national institutes and regional institutes are also working for empowerment of persons with disabilities, which is Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Institute for Persons with Physical Disability, which is located in New Delhi, state country capital. Another is Swami Vivekananda National Institute for the Research, Rehabilitation, Training, which is located in Cuttack, Orissa. National Institute for the Locomotor Disability, Kolkata. National Institute for the Empowerment of Visual Disability, Dehradun. Ali Yavar Jung National Institute for the Speech and Hearing Disability, Mumbai. National Institute for the Empowerment of Intellectual Disability, Sikandrabad. National Institute for the Empowerment of Multiple Disabilities, Chennai. Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, New Delhi. National Institute for the Mental Health and Rehabilitation, Sihor, Madhya Pradesh. All institutions are working under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for only rehabilitation and empowerment purpose, welfare purpose. Another ministry called Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, is also running 4 national institutes, apex level national institute, which is providing medical services to persons with disabilities. First one is established in Mumbai, All India Institute of Physical Medicine Rehabilitation, Mumbai. Another is the All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore. Another CIP, Central Institute of Psychiatry, and then National Institute for the Mental Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore, Nimhans. In addition to this, some disability, in India, there are 4 disability acts, which is empowering persons with disabilities. Number 1 is the Rehabilitation Council of India Act, which has 3 basic responsibilities: to give recognition to institutions, to frame syllabus, to conduct exams, and to maintain central rehabilitation registers of rehabilitation professionals. Another one is National Trust for Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation, and Multiple Disabilities Act. The Act has a statutory body located in New Delhi. The Act has 2 basic duties. One is legal duties, under which local level committees are working under the chairmanship of district magistrate for providing legal guardianships to persons with disabilities covering under this Act. And another responsibility is running welfare schemes for the persons with disabilities under this act. Next act is a Right to Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, which basically focus and ensure rights to persons with disabilities, including 5% reservation in educational institutes, 5% reservation in admission, 5% reservation in social security schemes. In addition to this, 4% reservation in government jobs. This act, the Right to Persons with Disabilities Act, also ensure a special court in every district for grievances, time limit for compliance, for creation of barrier-free infrastructure of existing buildings and new buildings as well as new building. The act also ensures a state and national level fund for providing services to persons with disabilities and compulsory issuance of disability certificate to all persons with disabilities in time-bound manner. Next slide. In addition to this, one act is also Mental Health Act, which is deal by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Please change my slide. And this act is also providing services to persons with mental illness specifically. Please change my slide. Another scheme is the Deen Dayal Rehabilitation Scheme. This scheme is a flagship scheme of Government of India. This is a very old scheme. Under this scheme, the objective of this scheme is to provide grant in aid to non-governmental organizations for projects relating to rehabilitation for persons with disabilities. This scheme is being revised timely in time-bound manner. Revised scheme is implemented with effect from 1st April 2018, covering total 9 projects. The organization has to apply for grant in aid on the online portal of ministry that is called e-Anudan. You have to register with Niti Aayog on Darpan website. After that, you will be able, or any organization will be able to get grant for under this scheme from Government of India. Under this scheme, Government of India is giving grant in aid to organizations working for persons with disabilities under the head of Project for Preschool and Early Intervention, Special School for Children with Disabilities, Project for Children with Cerebral Palsy, Project for Rehabilitation of Leprosy Cured Persons, Halfway Home, for Psychosocial Rehabilitation, Home-Based Rehabilitation Program, Project for CVR, Project for Low Vision Centers, Project for Human Resource Development. Under this scheme, any NGO can apply for grant to Government of India. The process of taking grant is you have to apply on e-Anudan website, and after that, District Social Welfare Officer will visit your organization, concerned organization, and with the recommendation of District Magistrate, your proposal will be forwarded to the state government. After that, the state government will constitute a committee and discuss your proposal, and with recommendation of state secretary, state ministry dealing to persons with disabilities, will forward your proposal to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, for sanctioning and disbursing grant in aid. Government of India has discretion to sanctioning grant in aid to organizations under this scheme to NGOs. Another scheme is District Disability Rehabilitation Schemes. The objective of this scheme was to provide rehabilitation services in each district for persons with disabilities. As of now, 310 districts identified and approved for setting up DDRCs, out of which 269 have been set up so far, in which only 60 DDRCs are functioning and getting regular grant. Grant is a subject to timely submission of utilization certificate, timely submission of proposals, and much more things. DDRC scheme is being implemented since 2000s. established for providing comprehensive services to persons with disabilities and facilitate creation of the infrastructure and capacity building. 310 districts identified and approved for setting up DDRC, out of which 269 has been set up so far. This scheme, as told you, this scheme was implemented since 2000 and has been revised on 1st April 2018. Honorarium of staff has been enhanced 2.5 times. Grant of procurement for equipment in first year, that is during establishment of DDRC, has also been increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakh. Under this, please change slide. This scheme is joint collaborative approach of central government and state government. Under this schemes, Government of India is giving grants to state government for manpower, for equipment, and state government is providing free of cost, rent-free, accessible buildings in district headquarter, maybe in district hospital or some other places. DDRC is being run by the DMT. DMT is headed by the district magistrate, which is the highest authority of district, and DMT may constitute district social welfare officer, district education officer, district transport officer, and district police, highest authority of police, and all officers. Minimum honorarium has been enhanced from in DDRC, revised DDRC scheme, from 7,000 to 14,500, and maximum is 20,500. Under this scheme, Government of India is giving grant to the newly established DDRC for procuring infrastructure, including aids and appliances for running DDRCs. Maximum amount for equipment will be 20 lakh. This is one-time grant for DDRCs to functioning. After that, DDRCs, DMT has to apply under the ADF scheme, under the DDRS scheme for getting grant and salary heads to run the DDRC smoothly and providing rehabilitation services to persons with disabilities. Basically, DDRC is involved in disability identification and certification, fabricating artificial limbs for persons with locomotor disabilities, providing special education services, providing clinical services, therapeutic services to children with disabilities, persons with disabilities in their district on very nominal rate. Please change slide. Please change. I've already done. In addition to this district level, please change slide. In addition to this, Government of India is also providing financial assistance in the form of concessional loan to persons with disabilities. As we are aware, government is only providing 4% reservation in jobs to persons with disabilities, which is divided by 8-9 types of persons with disabilities. 1% is reserved for blindness, 1% is reserved for deaf, hearing impaired, 1% is reserved for locomotor disability, and 1% is reserved for multiple disabilities, including slow learning and intellectual disabilities, autistics, all things. So there is a limited jobs for persons with disabilities. Therefore, Government of India has decided to provide concessional loan to persons with disabilities for their self-employment, for their higher education, for their business purposes. Therefore, Government of India has established National Handicap Finance Development Corporation, which functions as an apex institute for channelizing the funds to persons with disabilities through the state channelizing agencies nominated by the state government and other agencies. NHFDC offer financial assistance in the form of concessional loan on convenient terms for setting up an income generating unit to all eligible Indian citizens with 40% or more disability and aged above 18+. NHFDC is also conducting two types of schemes, which is called Divyangjan Swavlamban Yojana. Under this scheme, NHFDC sanction maximum loan amount 50 lakh on nominal interest rate that is called 5 to 9% for 10 years. And another one is Vishesh Microfinance Yojana. Under this scheme, maximum loan amount will be sanctioned rupees 60,000 on the nominal interest rate 12.5% for 3 years. Please, it is understand that normal bank, when we are applying for loan, for personal loan, for vehicle loan, for business loan, the rate of interest is much higher in comparison to this concessional loan. Please change slide. And NHFDC is providing number of types of loan to persons with disabilities for conducting various activities, in which I will talk about some three, four types of activities. For a small business in sales and trading, maximum loan amount will be 5 lakh, rate of interest will be 5 to 6%, repayment period will be 10 years. A small business in service sector, maximum loan amount 7.50 lakh on 5 to 7% interest rate. Purchase of commercial vehicle, maximum loan amount will be 10 lakh on 5 to 7% interest rate. Purchase of a special category commercial vehicles, maximum loan amount will be 25 lakh on 5 to 8% interest rate. A small industrial unit, maximum loan amount will be 25 lakh on 5 to 8%. A small agriculture activities, rupees 10 lakh, 5 to 7%. Self-employment amongst persons with mental retardation and autism, maximum loan amount will be 10 lakh on 5 to 7%. Loan for disabled young professionals, maximum loan amount will be 25 lakh on 5 to 8%. A scheme for purchase of assistive devices, maximum loan amount will be 5 lakh on 5 to 6%. Education loan for a student for studies abroad, maximum loan amount will be 20 lakh on 4% for male and 3.5% for female applicant. Education loan for studies in India, maximum loan amount will be 10 lakh, 4% for male, 3.5% for female. Loan for purchasing of vocational studies, maximum loan amount will be 2 lakh on 5 to 6% interest rate. Loan to parent association for mentally retarded persons, maximum loan amount will be 5 lakh on 5 to 6% interest rate. Microcredit scheme through state channelizing agency, maximum loan amount will be 10 lakh for NGOs and rupees 5 lakh for beneficiaries on 5% interest rate. The purpose of this this concessional loan is to provide is to empower persons with disabilities for their self-employment, for income generating activities, and independent mobilities. In addition to this, the national and NHFDC is also providing a scholarship to persons with a student with disabilities directly through bank account, and NHFDC is also developed a website under which any persons can register and get information about job fairs, job mela, Rozgar mela, and all things. Another scheme is assistant to disabled person for purchase, fitting of aids and appliances. The objective of this is flagship scheme of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. This is very old scheme. Under this, the objective of this scheme is to provide assistive devices to PWDs with the aim to improving their independent functioning and arresting to extent of disabilities and occurrence of secondary disabilities. The main objective of the scheme is to provide grant in aid to the various implementing agencies for providing required assistive aids as per their need on the free of cost. Eligibility criteria for getting the aids under this scheme is to persons PWDs having valid disability certificate. The percentage of disability must be 40 or 40 plus. Monthly income below to rupees 50,000 per month. In that case, equipment will be free. If the income of persons with disabilities, monthly income 15,000 plus to 20,000, in that case 50% rebate will be provided on the aids and appliances. And persons with disabilities have to give undertaking that he has not taken any aids and appliances under ATP scheme from any source in last 3 years, and a valid income certificate that income of persons with disabilities below to 15,000 per month. Under this scheme, Government of India is providing equipment to persons with disabilities of cost up to 10,000 for single disability, and in the case of a student with disability, the cost of its appliances will be 12,000. For multiple disabilities, the individual item cost will be applied. If they require 2 aids and appliances, 1 tricycle and 1 hearing aid, then the cost will be maximum cost will be 20,000. If multiple disability is a student, in that case the cost will be 24,000. The aids and appliances under this scheme is distributed under 3, 4, 5 schemes. One scheme is ADIP SSA. ADIP SSA is a collaborative scheme of Government of India and the state government. This scheme is being implemented by the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan for their students. Another activities, camp activities, any NGOs, any organization, government organization, private organization may get grant from Ministry of Social Justice under these schemes, and they have to organize a camp for persons with disabilities. And under this scheme, camp activities, aids and appliances, most of its appliances are distributed to persons with disabilities through camp activities. Another one is a headquarter activity. Headquarter activity is only for government organization which is working under the Ministry of Social Justice, which may be National Institute working for persons with disabilities, Composite Regional Center, DDRCs, and any other center, any universities, state government or central government. They may organize a headquarter camp for persons with disabilities. Another most important activity is cochlear implant surgeries. I will discuss about more cochlear implant surgeries and motorized tricycle in next slide. One scheme is Rashtriya Vayosri Yojana. Under this scheme, Government of India has appointed LIMCO as nodal officers to implement Rashtriya Vayosri Yojana. And Rashtriya Vayosri Yojana under this scheme, LIMCO is providing required aids and appliances which is not covered under ADIP scheme, such as a stick for old age, which is persons with ADIP scheme is only for persons with disabilities. But when we talk about Rashtriya Vayosri Yojana, under this scheme, no need to have a disability certificate or any other things, and LIMCO will provide required aids and appliances to senior citizens under this scheme. Under this scheme, there is also provision of surgical correction. For hearing impaired, surgical correction required for fitment of hearing aids to any persons. In that case, a surgery can be done up to rupees 1,000 for visual impairment, up to rupees 2,000 for locomotor disability, up to rupees 5,000. Another scheme is distribution of motorized tricycle and wheelchair. This scheme comes under ADIP scheme, which is flagship scheme of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Under this scheme, distributed motorized tricycle and wheelchair is being distributed to persons with severely disabled who has disability percentage of more than 80 or 80 plus. And eligibility criteria comes, his age must be 16 plus, and cost of this motorized tricycle and wheelchair is 37,000, for which LIMCO is giving fund of rupees 25,000, and 12,000 is met by the applicant or honorable MP or honorable MLA or CSR funding, or any organization working for persons with disabilities may give 12,000 to persons with disabilities, or LIMCO, and then LIMCO will distribute, give him motorized tricycle. The duration is once in 10 years. A motorized tricycle will be provided to any persons with disabilities. Next slide. Next slide, I will discuss about cochlear implant surgery. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has appointed Ali Yawarjung National Institute for the Speech and Hearing Disability, AYJ-NISHD Mumbai, as a nodal agency. Nodal agency is inviting application by issuing advertisement in newspapers, all India editions, and also through their websites, that is called edipcochlearimplant.in. And every year, 5,000 new beneficiaries. There is a provision for providing cochlear implant to 5,000 persons with children with hearing disabilities, with a ceiling of ₹6 lakh per unit under the scheme. The main agency in cochlear implant surgery, there is involvement of 3-4 agencies. LIMCO is purchasing cochlear from market and providing to impaneled hospital under this scheme, where surgery is done at impaneled hospital to persons with disabilities. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, I'll talk about a scheme for implementation of Right to Persons with Disabilities Act. Under this scheme, MSJE, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, is implementing the scheme for implementation of Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, that is called SIPDA, for providing financial assistance for undertaking various activities outlined in the RPD Act 2016, which endorse the rights of persons with disabilities for access to education, vocational training, and employment, public transport, build environment, information and communication, and uphold their independence and dignity. Under this scheme, various components has been covered, which is skill development, Accessible India campaign, UDID, in-service training, incentive to private employer, one-time grant to state commissioner for infrastructure, and establishment for college for deaf, and conducting a skill training program for persons with disabilities throughout India. Under this scheme, NGO may also get grant after registration with Niti Aayog and submission of proposal on e-Anudan portal to Government of India for conducting any activities such as a skill training, such as establishment of deaf college, or incentive to private employers. Next, PPT next, please change slide. In addition to this scheme, in new act, there is a provision of creation of National Fund for Persons with Disabilities. Under this scheme, under Section 86 of RPD Act, the Government of India has set up the National Fund for Persons with Disabilities. The objective of this creation of this fund is to support various activities such as exhibition, workshops, and to showcase the product, including painting, handicrafts, etc., made by the persons with disabilities. Another objective is to support persons with benchmark disabilities who have excelled in sports or in fine arts, music, dance at the state level to participate in the national or international events. Assistance from the fund for the same event can be granted only once in a year. The Divyakala Shakti program, a platform to showcase the inner potential of persons with disabilities, is being organized under this scheme throughout India. And fund for the program, a persons with disabilities going to participate in national or international level programs related to handicrafts, painting, singing, dancing, In that case, if persons with disabilities are participating in national level program or such types of program being conducted by the Government of India or any NGO, in that case, Government of India will sanction rupees 20 lakh for organizing national level program, and rupees 15 lakh for regional level program, and rupees 10 lakh for state level program. Next. In India, there is a provision of disability certification to persons with disabilities for getting any facilities of a state government or central government. It may be understood that disability is a state subject, which and Government of India can only recommend or frame policies for persons with disabilities, but providing services, welfare schemes is being run by the state government. So there is very less persons with disabilities who have disability certificate. Therefore, Government of India has started a unique program that is called UDID project, Unique Disability Identification Project. The implementing agency of this project is Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India. The objective of this UDID project is to create a national database for persons with disabilities and also to issue unique ID card to them. The disability certificate issued by the authority in India can be authenticated through the web portal. The UDID project provides an online platform for issuance of disability certificate. The UDID project ensured that disability certificate would be issued to all PWDs in time-bound manner. Technical support to the UDID project is being provided by the NIC Cloud, NIC, and the project was started in May 2016. PWD, now PWD will not need to carry multiple copies of document to track, and government officials can track the record of persons with disabilities in terms of their physical or financial progress through UDID card. Regional register. The process is very simple. Persons with disabilities has to register on UDID portal, apply for disability certificate. Renewal of disability certificate option is also there in the website, and PWD lost their disability certificate or UDID card, they can apply for new card on UDID portal. So this is very effective, unique, and most important activities for persons with disabilities. Now no need to go office to office for renewing their disability certificate or making their disability certificate. Now persons with disabilities can apply on UDID portal for disability certificate, and through software, application of persons with disabilities will be transferred to district authority or concerned authority for making disability certificate in time-bound manner, and PWD will get disability certificate in very time-bound manner without any problems. Next, please change my slide. In addition to this, Government of India is also recognizing the abilities, recognizing the efforts, recognizing the issues who have been involved in empowerment of persons with disabilities, and for their recognition, a national award for empowerment of persons with disabilities are conferred on individual, institution, state, district for their outstanding achievement in the field of empowerment of persons with disabilities. These awards have been instituted with the objective to focus public attention on issues concerning persons with disabilities and to promote their mainstreaming in the societies. Under this scheme, total 14 types of award is being distributed to persons with disabilities on every International Day of Persons with Disability, which is being celebrated on 3rd December of every year. Maximum rupees 1 lakh plus certificate is being given to beneficiaries of this award, recipient of this award. The category of national awards is Best Employee or Self-Employed with Disabilities, Best Employers, Best Placement Officer or Agency, Best Individual, Best Institution Working for Cause of Persons with Disabilities, Role Model, Best Applied Research or Innovation or Product Development aimed at improving the life of persons with disabilities, outstanding work in the creation of barrier-free environment for persons with disabilities, Best District in providing rehabilitation services, Best State Channelizing Agency of National Handicap Finance Development Corporation, Best Outstanding Creative Adult Persons with Disabilities, Best Creative Child with Disabilities, Best Braille Press, Best Accessible Website, Best State in Promoting Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities and Implementation of Accessible India campaign, and Best Sports Person with Disabilities. These 14 types of award is being distributed to persons with disabilities, and under this scheme, the provision is to giving recognition. The main objective of Government of India is to give recognition to all his stakeholders which involved in empowerment process of persons with disabilities. Yearly 71 awards under 14 categories is being distributed by the President of India to honor abilities, skills, and passion of various stakeholders and persons with disabilities. In addition to this, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India is providing disability pensions to every person with disabilities who have a disability certificate and age between 18 to 79 years. The nodal implementing agency is Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India for persons with disabilities. Under this scheme, the beneficiary is given monthly financial help for better and easier life. The scheme is introduced under National Social Assistance Program. Please change slide. The objective of this scheme is to make independent to those people who are physically handicapped or have other kinds of disability. Monthly financial help can make them independent till the last moment of life. Eligibility under this scheme is any person of age 18 years and above with 40% disability and below the poverty line is eligible for getting disability pension under this scheme. The amount may be varied from state to state, but Government of India is providing only 500 to persons with disabilities, and the state government may provide matching grant to persons for disability pensions, and state government is also framing disability pension scheme below to 18-year age or it is plus to 79 year of age to persons with disabilities. Now I am talking about employment in private sector for persons with disabilities. Government has limited resource to provide pension or education or employment to persons with disabilities. Therefore, Government of India has framed a scheme called Incentive Scheme for providing employment to PWDs in private sector. The objective of this scheme is to increase of employment of persons with disabilities in the corporate sector. Under this scheme, payment of employers' contribution towards the Employee Provident Fund Organization, that is called EPFO, and the Employee State Insurance Corporation, ESIC, for the first 3 years is made by the Government of India in respect of persons with disabilities appointed in the private sector to a post carrying monthly salary up to rupees 25,000. The administrative charges of rupees 1.1% of the wages of the employees covered under the Employee Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act will continue to be paid the employer. Under this scheme, Government of India is paying advance amount to private companies and through EPFO and ESIC for their contribution, and Government of India is promoting this scheme for employment in private sector. Therefore, private sector is also now providing jobs to persons with disabilities. In India, there is a provision for EPFO and ESIC if organizations having employ more than 20. In that case, 20% contribution will be given by the concerned employee and matching grant will be provided by the organization. So, in private organizations are unable to provide matching grant. Therefore, Government of India is supporting through this scheme for increasing the employment population of persons in private sectors. Next. Awareness is most important things to change the mindset of general public and perceptions, limitations of persons with about persons with disabilities in general society. Therefore, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities is framed a scheme. Under this scheme, the objective of this scheme is to give publicity to the various government schemes, state government schemes for general public through print media, film, government websites, etc. The main objective of the scheme is to educate PWDs and civil society about legal rights of PWDs, sensitize an employer on special needs, to support awareness campaign for skill development, employment generation for PWDs, including jobs, fair support, conducting awareness program, universal accessibility, and by creating barrier-free environment, accessible transport, accessible website, accessible building, etc. So therefore, Government of India is providing support to various agencies for creating awareness in society towards persons with disabilities for attitudinal change and social change. In addition to this, a organization is a national trust which has been established under the National Trust Act and working as a statutory body. National Trust has two basic activities, legal duties. First one is legal duties. Under this scheme, local level committee is working under the chairmanship of district magistrate in every district for providing guardianship to persons with autism, persons with mental retardation, persons with cerebral palsy, and persons with autistic. Another basic duty of National Trust is to supporting organizations working for persons with disabilities through their schemes, which schemes cover Prerna scheme, Sambhav scheme, Badhte Kadam, Vikas, Samarth, Gharonda, Sahyogi, Niramaya, Disha. The scheme is being implemented by the SNAC, state level nodal agency, and state level coordination committee. Next, another scheme is in-service training and sensitization to key functionaries of central and state government, local bodies, and other service providers. Under this scheme is being implemented by the Rehabilitation Council of India, which is funded under the SIPDA scheme. The objective of this scheme is to train and sensitize key functionaries of the central and state government, local bodies, and other service provider on a new and important issues facing with disability sector in the changing in the changing social and economic scenario through a state, district, block level workshop. Under this scheme, Government of India is providing short-term training, 2, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, maximum 5 days training to government functionaries at various level. It depends on block to state level or international level, to change the mindset, to create, to ensure that normal government officials are also aware about schemes, benefits, requirement of persons with disabilities. In addition to this, under this scheme, a Government of India has also developed a training manual, and under this manual, all schemes of ministries and RCIs and other relevant supporting bodies have been written, and same is being distributed to all beneficiaries. Next, another scheme is support for establishment and modernization for Braille press. The main persons with visual disabilities can read, write only through Braille. And as of now, Government of India has only 2-3 functional Braille press. Therefore, Government of India has established total 15 Braille press throughout India by providing one-time grant in aid to concerned organizations, and day-to-day expenses are also being covered under this scheme for developing free of cost Braille book for persons with children with visual disabilities or persons with visual disabilities. Next. Government of India is providing scholarships to persons with disabilities for encouraging a student with disabilities for further studies in order to earn their livelihood and to find a dignified place in the society. Under this scheme, total 6 types of scholarships are being distributed, which covers under pre-matric scholarship, post-matric scholarship, top class education. Under top class education, technical and vocational courses are covered. National fellowship for MPhil, PhD in Indian universities, national overseas scholarship for master and doctorate degree from universities located in abroad, and free coaching for recruitment in any government jobs. First 3 scholarship schemes are being implemented through National Scholarship Portal, which is scholarships.gov.in, and fourth one, National Fellowship for a student with disabilities is implemented through UGC portal. National Overseas Scholarship for a student with disabilities is implemented through offline by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. Under this scheme, Government of India is giving monthly scholarships, minimum rupees 800 to 30,000 under various schemes to a student with disabilities for continuing their course. In addition to this, in addition to a scholarship amount, Government of India is also providing disability allowances, that is depends on 2,000 to 4,000, book grant 1,000 per annum now, and computer purchasing cost and equipment if there is any assistive devices required for continuing their study. Then Government of India is also giving one-time assistive device grant, that is rupees 10,000 under this scheme. Under National Overseas Scholarship, Government of India may sanction maximum rupees 3 crore to any student with disabilities. The limited, it depends, the Government of India is giving to only 20 new students per year for national overseas scholarships for doing their master and doctorate courses from universities located in abroad. For national fellowship, Government of India is giving maximum 35,000 for SRship and 30,000 for JRship under any UGC recognized university for continuing their research program, that is called PhD. The duration of a scholarship will be 5 years, 2 years for JR and 3 year for SRC. In addition to this, UGC is also running a program that is called Higher Education for Persons with Special Needs, Teacher Preparation in Special Education Schemes, Financial Assistance to Visually Challenged Teacher, and Equal Opportunity Cell in all universities. Under this scheme, UGC is providing grant to universities for developing their infrastructure and making their infrastructure accessible to persons with disabilities. And the UGC has also directed all universities to set up a equal opportunity cell in which PWD will chair the equal opportunity cell, and PWD's employees working in any university will be licensing officer for persons with a student with disabilities studying in that universities. Under this scheme, Government of India is UGC Government of India through UGC is also supporting to university for running a department that is called Department of Disability Affairs. Under this scheme, 4 or 5 universities have set up Department of Disability Affairs in which BHU, Jamia Millia Islamia, Delhi University, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Open University, Kolkata, they have been funded under this scheme by the UGC. In addition to this, National Mission for Education through Information and Communication Technology is also funded through the Ministry of Human Resource Development. The objective of this scheme is to develop Unicode font for persons with disabilities, which may be translated the things for persons with visual impairment in DEGI system from text to speech, which will provide support to visually impaired students. Accessibility option is being integrated in Akash low-cost computing tablet, which can be highly affordable, assistive for physically challenged students insofar as their education needs are there. In addition to this, State Spinal Injury Center is also being funded for under this scheme by the Ministry of Social Justice. And in Delhi State Spinal Injury Center, there are 12 beds are reserved for persons with disabilities, and all expenses on this scheme or on this bed will be funded by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, in case of persons with disabilities facing problem of spinal injury or anything. In addition to this, Government of India is also conducting sub-national level programs that is called National Program for Control of Blindness and Visual Impairment, National Leprosy Control Program, National Mental Health Program, National Program for Prevention and Control of Deafness. The objective of all 3-4 schemes is to prevent persons from getting any type of disability due to disease or illness. In addition to this, Ministry of Civil Aviation and Ministry of Railway is also providing some concession to persons with disabilities for their journey. Ministry of Civil Aviation is providing number of facilities like ramp in airport, accessible toilet, accessible bus, and Ministry of Railway and Ministry of Civil Aviation is also providing 50% concession on basic fare in economy class to persons with locomotor disability traveling on domestic sectors. It is not for international travel and not for airport tax and other taxes. Concession is concession of 50% on basic fare is only being provided to persons with disabilities. This is also applicable to persons with visual impairment and persons with hearing disabilities. In addition to this, Ministry of Railway is also providing 75% concession in first AC, second AC, sleeper class, AC 2 tier, and second class. For orthopedically handicapped, it is applicable for their escort also. For mentally retardation, persons with mental retardation and their escort will get concession of 75%. In second class, sleeper class, first AC, second AC, chair car, and 50% in AC 2-tier and AC first classes. Completely blind persons traveling along or with an escort, 75% in second class, sleeper class, first AC, chair car, AC 3-tier, and 50% in AC 2-tier and AC first classes. Totally deaf and dumb persons will also get 50% concession in second class, sleeper class, first classes. Escorts are not allowed for persons with totally deaf persons. In addition to this, there are a number of schemes being run by the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Telecommunications. They are providing free license to persons with disabilities for their running their PCOs and booths, all things. Now I am my presentation concluded. If any questions ask, please ask. If anyone have any questions, please ask me.
Please, if you have any questions, please ask freely.
How to get grant, what is procedure, anything.
किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन है तो सर को पूछिए।
I am already shared my PPT to organizer, Sriman Tapas Sahab. So
I think they don't have any questions because they understood and this is very big, so they have to go through the presentations. Gradually, they will be more acquainted with that policy and acts. I think so.
सर आप अनम्यूट हो जाइए सर। किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप पूछिए।
স্যার আপনি যখন স্যার যখন বলছিলেন লেকচার দিচ্ছেন তার সঙ্গে স্লাইড গুলো একটাও ম্যাচ করছিল না, আমাদের বুঝতে অসুবিধা হচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, ডিসেবিলিটি কার্ডের ভ্যালিডিটি, এক্সকিউজ মি, ডিসেবিলিটি কার্ডের ভ্যালিডিটি কি কতদিন থাকে আর সেটা কিভাবে কি রিনিউ করতে হয় সেটা একটু জানাবেন।
বাবু উড়িয়ে দেখিয়ে তো।
हेलो,
प्लीज म्यूट।
सर आप अनम्यूट हो जाइए सर।
दादा डिम खेले दादा एने एने ए दादा अस्सलाम वालेकुम मोहम्मद खालिद डिम पे नहीं जा
কে কথা বলছে কে বাত দিয়ে অনেক
मैं मोहम्मद सईद बोल रहा हूं বলবো মানা গাড়ি আসছে
বাবা কিন্তু মারবে এবার কিন্তু
তাপস একটু বলেন তারা জানি মিউট করতে বলেন
जैसे ब्रेक टिपे
আপনি মিউট हो जाना। हेलो,
validity of disability card is 10 year. After 10 year you have to renewal it.
আমার নিয়ে চলে যাবে বাবু, আমার নিয়ে চলে যাবে।
ওনাকে মিউট করবেন না, কে করছে মিউট, প্লিজ মিউট করেন আপনি। ওকে, মিস্টার দেবনন্দন কুমার, thank you very much, thank you very much for your valuable information which you shared with us, the actual policies and rules of Government of India in terms of PWD and other disabled persons. So we got all the points, but we have to go through the presentation. But thank you very much. You tried your level best to make us understandable, and it's got an excellent, wonderful presentation by you. Thank you, sir. As a very related rehabilitation officer, Government of India, we are very much proud to have you with us. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to you as well, and others, senior professors, honored RCN professors.
पास कर दिया आप?
हाँ? खत्म कर देना।
हेलो
चलिए।
हेलो डॉक्टर मोहम्मद
हेलो
तापस
मोहम्मद खालिद सर
जी बोलिए।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर.
Good afternoon. So Tapas, please talk to them and mute because somebody is disturbing here. I don't know.
স্যার অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সের এটা কখন দেবেন? অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সের ফর্মটা?
ও আচ্ছা, এটা মিস্টার তাপস বলবে। তাপস, আপনি একটু সিনে আসেন, আনমিউট করে বলেন। They're asking for attendance. I think they have the record. They have the record.
এটা অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স শিটটা আমরা শেয়ার করব, 4টার পরে শেয়ার করে দেব।
আচ্ছা, 4টা পরে।
Okay, this is our internal talk. Okay, we are very much thankful and gratitude to Dev Narayan Nandan Kumar for your valuable information through PPT. Thank you. We'll have a break after this meeting and we'll join again at 2 p.m. IST Indian time. Okay, thank you. Tapos ঠিক আছে না? Okay. Bye.
লাঞ্চ কখন হবে?
Just immediate start again, join at 2 o'clock. I've already informed to everyone. This is now lunch break. We'll start again at 2 p.m. IST. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you sir. Thank you sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you sir.
কতক্ষণে লাঞ্চ ব্রেক হবে?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
স্যার কতক্ষণ লাঞ্চ ব্রেক?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
স্যার কতক্ষণ লাঞ্চ ব্রেক হবে?
আপনারা গ্রুপটা ফলো করবেন, গ্রুপের মধ্যে আমরা শেয়ার করে দিব টাইম টেবিল।
ঠিক থ্যাংক ইউ।
মানা দেওয়া কি আছে?
Thank you, sir.
এখন লিভ হয়ে
অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স কি কোনো সিট দেয়া হবে না এমনি হয়ে যাবে?
আমরা অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স দিচ্ছি, আমরা 4টার পরে ওটা গ্রুপে দিয়ে দিব। এখন লিভ হয়ে যান।
বুঝবো কি করে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স গেল?
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
আপনারা এখন লিভ হয়ে যান, এখন লাঞ্চ ব্রেক।
অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স হলো বুঝবো কি করে?
লিভ হয়ে যাব কি? লিভ হয়ে যেতে বললো। আবার কখন জয়েন করতে হবে কে?
মাছের ঝাল ঢুকেই যাবো না। মাছের ঝাল
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
মাছের ঝালটা খেয়ে নাও তুমি, না ওলটা আমি খেয়ে খাচ্ছি।
মিটিং কি শেষ হয়ে গেছে?
বাটি চাই ওটা পুরোটা শেষ হবে এই মুখটা পড়তে না দেখি 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 চামচ তল No. বন্ধু BMW কি নাকি কয়না করে এখানে ছেলের নাম বললো আমার বন্ধু স্কুল ফ্রেন্ড দুবাইতে না কোথায় একই মিডল ইস্টে BMW ছবি করি
বৃষ্টি পড়ছে
আচারটা বাইরে আছে সবই তো শুকিয়ে গেছে
তোমার কোনো চান হয়নি না রোজ আমাকে ফেলে খেয়ে নাও রোজ আমার আগে খেয়ে নাও না আমি
আমাদের একসাথে বলি
বুঝতে পারো না।
বাড়াবাড়ি করো না আর হাতে হাতে কাজু
কি কর ইজ কি
হ্যাঁ যাইতেছি তো, তোমার সিএরিতে আওয়াজ হইতেছে না, আওয়াজ কেন? বললাম সিএরিতে আওয়াজ হইতেছে না, আওয়াজ
স্যার আমার কখন ক্লাস শুরু হবে?
আবার কাজ শুরু হয়ে গেল। যন্ত্রণা না জানলে বুঝলে দোষ। আবার কি করবো, আবার কি হয়ে গেল, আবার কি হয়ে গেল।
এখন তো লাঞ্চ চলতেছে, লাঞ্চ চলতেছে রে ভাই, লাঞ্চ। সরস্বতী মল্লিক হাই হাই, সরস্বতী মল্লিক হাই হাই। না তুমি যা কথা বলো এখানে শোনা যাবে। এখন লাঞ্চ হচ্ছে, লাঞ্চ। লাঞ্চে কি করবো, কোথায় সিসি আড্ডা, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সিআরই। কোথায় গেলা তুমি? কথা বলবো এখানে? কথা বলবা তুমি? তাহলে এখানে কথা বললে কোনো সমস্যা থাকলে এখানে বলবা। হ্যাঁ। তোমাকে ওরা দেখতে পাবে এইবার, তোমাকে এইবার দেখতে পাবে ওরা ক্লাস করতে কিনা।
না না আর দেখা দেখি দরকার নেই,
আগ করে দেখাও না কি
একবার দেখানো হয়েছে তো।
ওখান থেকে নাম দেখাই আমি না বলবি
হ্যাঁ ফেস সরাইতে গেলে কি করতে হয়?
আপনার থেকে
এই তোদের দিদিমণি কয়খান রে মেহেন্দি?
Nigerian, African, Korean, ইন কোরিয়া, সাউথ কোরিয়া,
কি করতেছিস বড় করে কি করছিস আর ওদিক দিয়ে নাই না যা
আইসলার, ইন্ডিয়া,
ওদিক দিয়ে নাই না যাবি না এই দিকে নাই আছে সময় নাই ভালো রাস্তা এমনি হয় না হ্যাঁ বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছিল একটা দেখলাম এই যে লাইট এই যে আরে মারবো না এই যে আমি আর তুই এটা বলে টিফিন খাচ্ছে ঠিক আছে রকো তুই আসো আসো তুমি কি বলতেছো এটা শুনতে পাচ্ছি চলো
মল্লিক আপনাকে ডাকা হচ্ছে সন্ধ্যায় সরকার ডাকছে
বন্ধ করতে হবে এবারে বাচ্চারা খাবে এখন নিচে যাবো আমি ওইটা বন্ধ করি তো
থাক না বাবাটা থাকলে কি হবে মোবাইলে দেখলাম বন্ধ করবো কথা বলবো কথা কথা বললে বলো না কথা বলবো এখন বন্ধ করে দিলাম তো কোনটা দিয়ে আমাকে এই তো লিভ করে লিভ দেখেন না বড় একটু দেখা করেন দেখান পরে দেখান হবে না হ্যাঁ পার্টিসিপেট
Hello. Hello, please, honor participant, please join soon. We'll start within a couple of minutes. Welcome, Dr. File.
ভেরি গুড আফটারনুন স্যার, কেমন আছেন?
আছি ভালো। একটু পরে দু এক মিনিট শুরু হয়েছে। I worried about that. Now you are on time, so we have 1-2 minutes more. So we'll start soon. The
No problem.
participants around, it was 226, but still they are on the way because the last session was delayed, maybe 5-10 minutes. So they will join soon.
আচ্ছা,
Please stay with us. Have you finished your lunch?
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
Finished, Papa. I know you maintain the time. Sleeping, eating, moving. You are very busy. Yeah, you are. That's a time to make yourself busy. I think busiest. How is your spouse and daughter?
Both are doing good sir.
পরীক্ষা চলছে নাকি এখন?
না না, পরীক্ষা চলছে না, শুরু হবে একটু আর নেক্সট উইক থেকে।
মিড টার্ম মেবি না?
হ্যাঁ, ইউনিট টেস্ট, মিড টার্ম দেরি আছে।
ও
স্যার কোন ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে ইয়ে করব?
French language. You are international exposure. English.
ইংলিশে?
হ্যাঁ, English. আর কেউ যদি বাংলা বলে, you reply to him or her in Bengali. If somebody says in Hindi, just reply. So multilingual, no problem. But mostly presentation will be made by English. আমাদের পিএইচডি স্কলার তাপস বর্মন মনে এখনো আসে নাই, দেরি হয়ে গেছে লাঞ্চ করতে মনে হয়। মিস্টার তাপস বর্মন, আর ইউ হিয়ার? আসেন এখানে? মধ্যেই অনেক বেশি জয়েন করে দেবে। মিস্টার রামাচন্দ্র প্রধান, কেমন আছেন? হাউ আর ইউ?
Fine, sir.
Actually, where from you are participating?
Odisha.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, you are from where? Which place? Sandeep Ghosh, কোথা থেকে পার্টিসিপেট করছেন? কোন এরিয়া থেকে পার্টিসিপেট করছেন?
Sir, I am from West Bengal.
কোন এরিয়া? It's a very big West Bengal. Which part of West Bengal?
South 24 Parganas.
এটাও তো বড় হয়ে গেল। For me, I am not well acquainted. 20 আর কি ছোট করে কি? 24 Parganas also very big. এটা হচ্ছে কি কলকাতা নাকি মনে হচ্ছে?
Kolkata.
Okay, good. Everybody is very fine to know that different states of India have joined. We will be, this is RCI approved conference or CRE. I think you got the CRE number. So Mr. Taposh Barman as a PhD scholar now started for you. He is only the person who is having PhD in educational, special education. But nobody, he might be very few PhD in special education. I encourage him to do it. And he has already, I think he has joined, admitted already some university like that. That's very good because he has been associated with a special education, so that will facilitate him to run longer time, to making in-depth knowledge. That's and so very happy that you are with us. I also. I'm not going to teach you Dr. Pyle later because time we have people. It is now only 84. At least we will start with Mr. Taposh Barman, General Secretary. I think whenever you are when you arrive, we will start. Taposh da আসেন নাকি?
হ্যাঁ স্যার
ও আচ্ছা আমি তো আপনাকে বলছি আর দু একটা একটু অপেক্ষা করি নাকি বিকজ লাঞ্চটা কিন্তু একটু দেরি হয়ে গেছিল সবার না 10 মিনিট না
হ্যাঁ
87 তে 100 হলে স্টার্ট করে দেবো নাকি
হ্যাঁ
আমাদের ডক্টর পায়েলে চলে আসছে অলরেডি she has already visited from beauty parlor I think she has no time just make it joking because we have free time now 3-4 minutes
sir time নেই
জানি না তোমার তো তাড়াতাড়ি না ওইদিকে ওই যে একটু লেট হয়েছিল তো
না ये বলছি যে একেবারে পুরো প্যাকড আপ শিডিউল জুন
হ্যাঁ জানি তারপরে তো আমরা ফট করে আমরা আগে করে দিলাম তাই না
হ্যাঁ
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yelma. Oh my God. Okay, good. Where you are?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Which area you joined here? Which location? Join করলেন.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Already we received already 105. Our secretary, whenever our secretary will give me clearance, I will introduce our next speaker. I mean, Dr. Pyle. So yes, Mr. Taposh Barman, should I introduce? Start because he's now 110 participants already. Start করবো
স্যার পায়েল ম্যাম কি পোস্ট করে দেওয়া আছে স্যার
হ্যাঁ
পায়েল ম্যাম
পোস্ট করা হয়েছে টাইম জয়েন করার জন্য বলা হয়েছে যে 2 o'clock জয়েন করো লাঞ্চ ব্রেক সবাই জয়েন করে দিয়েছে 105 তো অনেকে হয়তো বা একটু খাওয়া দাওয়া একটু ভোজন একটু ভালো করে তো আসবে আমরা কি স্টার্ট করবো না নাকি
স্যার তাহলে শুরু করে দিতে বলেন ম্যামকে
ম্যামকে তো ইন্ট্রোডিউস করতে ম্যাম ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট তার টাইট শিডিউল নট লাইক মি
হ্যাঁ স্যার করতে পারেন এবার
করতে পারবো না গুড আরো দুই একজন বলেন ভোট
হ্যাঁ স্যার করে দিন স্যার হ্যাঁ শুরু করুন
হ্যাঁ স্যার স্টার্ট করুন
ফার্স্ট ক্লাস আই গট সো মেনি ভয়েসেস so anyway
thank you sir
thank you sir
thank you okay should I just so good afternoon to
good afternoon
good afternoon sir
good afternoon so we'll have a very good time next sessions we have 2 speakers they will deliver their lectures and I will introduce them So let me introduce. Good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Payal Bissasu has been working more than 15 years. In a nutshell, if I go to introduce for the women empowerment, women development, sustainable development. She is certified and practitioner lactation specialist. She has assisted more than hundreds of mothers across various parts of the world to naturally breastfeed their newborn babies and reduce their depending on formula milk. She has developed and worked towards creating affordable lactation council classes for healthcare professionals. To mute current, please mute. Families and teenagers. It was very much in line with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, and as well lots of an affordable approach to create awareness relating to healthy breastfeeding practices and methods. She is co-founder and director of Institute of Human Sciences and for Holistic Health India, a lactation child educator. Let's welcome to Dr. Payal Bissasu to deliver her valuable lectures on community-based rehabilitation during pregnancy and beyond. And she's very genius in this regard, and very few are working on these issues on this field. So now I hand over to Dr. Payal, ma'am, to deliver his valuable lecture. Thank you. Please, সবাই একটু mute করেন, please mute your.
স্যার সবাইকে মিউট করে দিয়েছে স্যার। पायल मैम आप एक बार अनम्यूट हो जाइए मैम। पायल मैम आप एक बार अनम्यूट हो जाइए, सबको हमने म्यूट कर दिया। हेलो सर, आपने अनम्यूट हो जाए सर। सर अपने एक अनम्यूट हो जाए सर। हेलो सर, आपने अनम्यूट हो जाए। मैम आप अनम्यूट हो जाइए मैम। पायल मैम आप अनम्यूट हो जाइए। पायल मैम आप अनम्यूट हो जाइए मैम।
हाँ, ओके। আমি মানে am I audible and visible?
हाँ मैम ऑडिबल एंड विजिबल।
আর ইয়ে দেখা যাচ্ছে কি, আমার স্ক্রিনটা দেখা যাচ্ছে কি?
ম্যাম হ্যাঁ,
ওকে,
স্ক্রিনটা একটু ফুল স্ক্রিন করে নিন।
এবার ঠিক আছে?
হ্যাঁ
Okay. Okay, so community-based rehabilitation during pregnancy and beyond. So when we say pregnancy, it is like the beginning of all things. Wonder, hope, dream, possibilities. Communities generally signify pregnancy and childbirth as blessing. আমরা ব্লেসিং ভাবে কনসিডার করি প্রেগনেন্সি অ্যান্ড চাইল্ড বার্থকে, isn't it? But when a woman with disability becomes pregnant or when a woman delivers a disabled child, it is described as a punishment, curse of an angry god. The reproductive health needs of women with disability have not received much attention, and usually in the past, and most probably due to misguided notion that women with disability are not sexually active and are not desirous of bearing child. Let us see the disability in India. There are 14.9 million males and 11.9 million females with disability in India, accounting for 56 and 44% of the total population of disabled person, and about 2.41% of India's male population and 2.01% of female population reports having a disability. As many as 18 million person with disability, 69% of the disabled population live in rural India and about 31% live in urban areas. And according to United Nations and World Health Organization, that 15% of the whole population has a disability. And proportionally, India should therefore have an approximate 200 million people with disability. This would be the 8th most populated nation of the world. Then what are the types of disability? And before that, let us see that, and globally, people with disability have, they have a notion that, why we have to discuss, why we have to talk about disability. And they are socially excluded group. Even people with disability, women and divorced as they are most disadvantaged in the social ladder in many countries including India. Times have changed and more women with disability are experiencing pregnancy than ever before. In fact, women with disability perceive a sense of normality for their existence because of pregnancy, as it affirms their capacity to enjoy motherhood. Then what are the types of disability? According to that act in India, person with disabilities, there we can differentiate into 4 main things: hearing impairment, visual impairment, physical impairments, and intellectual impairment. And when we say hearing impairment, bilateral or severe or profound hearing impairment. Visual impairment includes bilateral or severe visual impairment or blindness. Then physical impairments include clubfoot, cleft palate, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, then amputated limb, burn, muscular dystrophy, atrophy, leprosy, post-polio residual paralysis, congenital limb deficiencies, rickets, and spinal cord injuries. And next comes to what are the barriers of this people with disability. Although persons with disabilities face discrimination, and social, cultural, economical exclusion worldwide. Women with disabilities experience unique and additional disadvantage because of intersectional discrimination of gender and disability. Resultingly, they are more likely to experience social exclusion compared with their male counterpart. The exclusion comprises of a number of life outcomes for female post people with disabilities, including sexual and reproductive health. So let us come to the personal. Women with a disability may ask herself, will I be able to become pregnant and carry the pregnancy to term? Will I be able to undergo labor and safe delivery? Will my pregnancy affect my disability and my disability my pregnancy? Will I be able to adequate care of an infant and be a good mother as my child grows and develops despite my disability? Will someone try to take my child away because I have a disability? Then comes the family or interpersonal relationship. Pregnancy and childbirth of women with disability as an additional burden to the family. Then sometimes they may suggest that they should not, the disabled mother should not plan for pregnancy, and sometimes they are not included in that communication. Their exclusion, the exclusive group, exclusion from family decision making and community groups. This belief generally leads to pregnant women being subjected to several taboos and prohibition, including the prohibition of nutritious food such as eggs, with the belief of funding of the birth of a child with a disability. Then society, misconception and misunderstanding about the disability. Disability as a symbol of misfortune, doubts about sexuality and ability to conceive and care. Sometimes some people, community think that their disability, the mother's disability will pass through the baby. Disability as their identity, neglected, ignored sexual reproductive needs and rights of women. Discouragement to the mother. Then societal issues are further entrenched by cultural and religious belief that perceive a disability as a curse or a punishment of a bad deed by the mother or their close relative or ancestors. Then in many communities, pregnant women without disabilities are therefore strongly advised that by friends and family members that they should not talk or mingle with the mother with disability, because that can be transferred to their unborn child. In certain communities, children with disabilities are left at shrines to correct this bad omen. If a child dies in the process, it is believed the child was not meant for this world. And apart from that, they face lots of challenges due to powerlessness, discrimination and exploitation, violence, abuse. Then healthcare system. The commonest barrier that people with disability face in accessing healthcare systems are physical access barriers, communication barrier, because the healthcare providers, they have lack of knowledge of basic sign language, creating a significant communication gap. Lack of awareness from the provider about issues concerning people with disability. That is the reason maternal and reproductive health care intervention are least targeted at women with disabilities. Pregnant women have reported challenges with doctors and nurses, inability to understand what their explanation, and also the healthcare professionals also, they don't understand the disabled pregnant women's point of view. So many a times it happens that lead to wrong prescription and wrong medical treatment. And apart from that, financial barrier that could delay seeking care and physically accessing healthcare facilities. The lack of clinical knowledge have been supported by physicians' reports describing lack of education at every level, training to support a pregnant women with, and most of the time women or girls living with disabilities have very less knowledge or maybe no knowledge about the pregnancy and sexuality information. And sometimes even in the healthcare professionals insensitivity towards the disabled pregnant women or the disabled mother leads to negative services and the women with disabilities. And the format in which the message is written, that is sometimes in a printing material or in an audio, but not in the way which a blind person or a person with hearing disability can understand. So, and apart from that, in many healthcare centers they don't have the basic physical infrastructure to receive a pregnant women with disabilities. They don't have proper wheelchair accessible way. They don't have proper bed to transfer the patient. So all this forms a huge barriers. And then pregnancy outcome. Most women are satisfied with the mode of delivery, but they experience challenges during the labor and delivery process. The women found that careful advanced planning was helpful in managing the impact of their disabling condition. And the involvement of clinicians with disability related expertise was in some cases another factor that gives positive outcome. And pregnancy outcome, it has been reported that pregnancy outcomes and complication among women with disability are significantly higher compared to the general population. Evidence from some population has shown that women with disability had a significantly higher rate of premature delivery and low birth weight among the newborn. Women with disabilities often have a higher risk of poor maternal outcome, including higher likelihood of living in poverty, smoking, substance abuse like drugs, alcohol, and depression. And then comes the comorbidities. Studies have shown that women with disabilities have a higher risk of convulsions and depression compared to men with disability. The higher risk of non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes is likely to be related to the lack of physical activity among the people with disability, resulting in higher rates of obesity. And apart from that, nutritional status among the pregnant women is very low. That leads to anemia and other nutrition related disorder. And women with disabilities have a higher risk of maternal mortality with severe maternal morbidities like severe preeclampsia, hemorrhage, fever, thromboembolism, cardiovascular diseases, and infection. And if a mother is having spinal cord injuries, they are more susceptible to urinary tract infection and also pneumonia, because when the uterus grows and pushes against the diaphragm, the autonomic dysreflexia are sudden onset of excessive high blood pressure. And apart from that, those mothers also suffer from skin ulcer because staying at a position for too long. Then they also have a physical discomfort like back pain and higher risk of varicose vein, deep vein thrombosis. Childbirth sometimes becomes challenging. In most cases, vaginal deliveries will be possible, but sometimes C-section is needed. And what needs to be done? Now the thing is what we can do in order to improve the whole overall pregnancy outcome. The role of community-based rehabilitation is to ensure that communities and relevant development sectors focus on prevention activities for people both with and without disabilities. First thing is promotion, next is prevention, medical care, rehabilitation, and assistive devices. So promotion, when we say promotion, what we can do? For the disabled mothers, we need, and their families, we need to provide proper knowledge and skill and support to help them to achieve a good level of health. Supportive environment, we have to create a supportive environment in the community for the pregnant women with disabilities and the mother with disabilities. To get we also have to make sure that we enroll them in a community based activities for their overall health and wellness. Prevention, main focus should be on prevention. So it is directed at avoidance and using interventions like immunization, nutrition, changing behavior, providing safe water supplies, sanitation which should be the mother with disability should be comfortable in using that sanitation, and good living that prevent health condition from occurring. And all the personnel, community-based rehabilitation personnel should have an adequate knowledge about the medical care service. They should know when to take a call, when to send them to the primary health center or secondary health center or the tertiary hospital and other specialized medical care. Persons with disabilities and their families have access to services, screening and diagnostic that focus on early identification of health condition and impairments. Then rehabilitation, service for uplifting their overall well-being, inclusion and participation. Then community-based rehabilitation programs directed to assisted device, that is elements to provide access to persons with disabilities for appropriate assistive devices that are of good quality and enable them to participate in social and personal life. Women with disabilities should be encouraged early in their pregnancies to begin identifying supports, assistance and modification that may be needed to enable them to care for their babies, but without conveying the message that they are unable to care for their children. If a woman has communication problem, deaf or difficulty in hearing or impaired speech, or uses that we need to make sure that we use a communication board. Modification must be made to enable two-way communication between the women and the healthcare providers. Writing, speech, lip reading, use of assistive hearing devices, or a sign language interpreter are examples of strategies to promote effective communication. If the mother is having the difficulty in vision, then we should make sure that we use the proper communication techniques. All the information related to pregnancy and post-delivery should be written in braille, and also it should be clearly audible so that mother can understand. Emphasis should be on nutritional status, weight control, cessation on smoking and alcohol use. And also we need to make sure that the treatment of any active symptoms or secondary conditions related to disability. And we have to make sure that OB-GYN office, that healthcare system should have more accessible to the pregnant women with disability should have wheelchair accessible scales and exam table that lower at for transport. We need to make sure that the body weight, the weight gain should be adequate. and it will help to minimize the stress on the body of the pregnant women. Having a healthy exercise regime or routine ensures that maximum strength and mobility when the baby arrives. The unhealthy behaviors should be implemented, such as not smoking, cessation of smoking, drinking. Healthy eating should healthy eating should be encouraged, like low cost food, easily available, locally available, like spinach, like drumstick, whole grains. Low cost nutritional food recipes should be encouraged and should be demonstrated to the mothers in the community. Then also prevention programs like safe sex, then using of condoms should be it should be the responsibility of the community-based rehabilitation professionals, and then promote breastfeeding and encourage pregnant women to attend antenatal class. Why breastfeeding is needed, how many months the mother needs to feed the baby, how to feed the baby if the mother is having disability. All those should be focused in this community-based rehabilitation programs. And apart from that, mother we have to make sure that mother should modify her furniture before the baby arrives, enlist some help from a partner, relative, friends, or other caregivers, especially in the beginning when the pregnancy have just started. Even the changing tables, mothers should be accessible, should be given choice or low cost changing tables, so that if the mother is on wheelchair, she can easily take care of the baby sitting on the wheelchair. And slings, carrying the baby, wearing the baby, may be the most convenient way to connect with the baby and also to breastfeed and take care of the baby. Then apart from that, the community-based rehabilitation program should also focus on social protection and justice. And as we all know that this disabled mothers, they are subjected to abuse, subjected to molestation, subjected to other violence. So social protection act should be implemented, so that if the mother can't, if we hear anything regarding the mother being abused or mother being treated ill, so we need to give them proper justice. We have to send the this mothers should have access to all the justice and on the equal basis with others. The program promotes and provides support to the mothers and the family members to access justice where they face discrimination and exclusion. And apart from that, advocacy and communication. The main goal of this element is to enable the mother with disabled mother to speak out for themselves, to develop advocacy and communication skills, and help to create favorable environment and for opportunities to allow them to make decisions and express their needs and desire in effective way. Then what we can do, we are doing in the professional level. So here we are educating the mothers, we are educating the grandmothers with the healthcare professionals, and when they are during pregnancy and post delivery. And apart from that, we are also training the healthcare professionals, nurses in corporate hospital, government hospital, the young nurses regarding pregnancy and delivery outcome, regarding breastfeeding, so that they can take care of the disabled mothers well. So, and this mass education to everyone, not only the pregnant women, to ASHA workers, to Anganwadi workers, to the primary health center workers, everyone, that how we need to treat the women with disability, how we have to take care of during pregnancy and post-delivery. And apart from that, also try to create awareness. We try to create awareness in corporate sector. If the mother means pregnant mother with disability, what are the things they need to do in the corporate sector? What are the things they have to understand? And we also try to do international web conference, and where we try to connect the bridge. We try to draw the we try to bridge between the obstetrician, gynecologist, all the professionals who are connected with the mother and baby. Apart from that, we also try to do this digital way to reach the remote places of India, and so that they should know what exactly they have to do during pregnancy and post delivery. So empowerment, care and communication must be empowering and must focus on women's abilities rather than disabilities. Developing appropriate communication material dealing with the special needs of these women will empower them significantly and bring about a change in societal attitude that women with disability have the same biological and reproductive needs as any other women in the society. This realization is critical to the success of universal improvement in maternal health and reduction of maternal mortality and morbidity in a country like India. And women are encounter high level of stigma. Then what we can do, now this is the time for calling all the stakeholders, the government, the NGOs, the healthcare, private healthcare sectors, government healthcare sectors. And what we have to do, the forces, communication, coordination, cooperation and collaboration. So this is a high time now. We have to create awareness about the rights of women living with disabilities, to combat disability stereotypes through society. In addition, government institutions and non-government organizations need to promote interventions at local and national level aimed at promoting sexual and reproductive health and rights, specially targeted women living with disabilities. It is the expedient for healthcare institutions to develop information accessible material which should be for the disabled women and the family as a whole. So what I want to conclude by telling, pregnancy and reproductive health are as important for women with disabilities compared to the general population. The health system in India is able to reach out to women with disability, and there are no significant differences on many parameters of reproductive health. This is because each pregnancy is precious to women with disability, as it gives them a sense of being perceived as a normal human being as any other women. This realization is critical to the success of universal improvement in maternal health and reduction in maternal mortality and morbidity in the country. The Millennium Development Goals 4 and 5, which relate to gender equality and maternal health, can only be achieved if women with disability attain equal access to maternal health services and women without disability. Women with physical disabilities increasingly aspire to become pregnant and bear children. Women with disabilities should be encouraged early in their pregnancy to begin to identify support, assistance, and modification that may be needed to enable them to care for their babies, but without conveying the message that they are unable to care their children. And lastly, I want to say we must break the back of social inequality. We must empower every individual with disability to live with dignity in an inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Payal. If anyone asks any questions, please. feel free to ask Dr. Payal Su. और किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना है तो डॉक्टर पायल सु मैम से पूछिए, शी विल आंसर. Hello.
Hello.
Anyone want to ask any question? Anyone? Any matter on subject topics you want to ask?
স্যার
বলেন.
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমি সবাইকে আনমিউট করে দিচ্ছি, আপনি একটু মুড হয়ে যাবেন, মুড অল করে দিচ্ছি আর কি.
আমি কি মিউট হয়ে যাব না?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, এটা অ্যালাউ করে দিচ্ছি তো. হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, আপনি আনমিউট হয়ে যাবেন ম্যাম.
আমার স্লাইড কি মুভ হচ্ছিল?
না ম্যাম, স্লাইড মুভ হচ্ছিল না.
না না ম্যাম, স্লাইডটা মুভ
মাঝখানে
হচ্ছিল
একটা কি দুটো স্লাইড হয়েছে, তারপরে আপনি শুধু বলেই গেছেন, আমরা কোনো স্লাইড পাইনি.
তাহলে আমি একবার আমি সব ইয়েটা দেখিয়ে দিচ্ছি, একটা সেকেন্ড.
একটু রাখবেন, তাহলে আমরা একটুখানি স্ক্রিনশট নিতে পারি.
হ্যাঁ, শিওর.
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम.
हाँ, गुड आफ्टरनून.
मैम जो है प्रेगनेंसी के दरमियान, आप हिंदी समझते?
हाँ हाँ जी.
हाँ जी. तो प्रेगनेंसी के दरमियान कौन सी चीजों का ध्यान रखने में आता है जब बच्चा पेट में होता है? क्वेश्चन है.
प्लीज रिपीट. हाँ,
प्रेगनेंसी के दरमियान जो है बच्चे का किस चीज का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है?
हाँ,
मदर को.
কি যে অন করে রেখে দিয়ে মাইকটা বলা হচ্ছে মিউট করে অন করে.
हाँ, अभी ठीक है. हाँ, प्रेगनेंसी के दौरान
जो है किस चीज का मदर को ध्यान रखना पड़ता है जब बच्चा पेट में होता है तब?
ओके. तो मेनली मदर को ध्यान रखना है कि न्यूट्रिशन क्या खाना है, so that एनीमिया ना हो, थायराइड सब अंडर कंट्रोल रहे. नेक्स्ट इज स्मोकिंग, ड्रिंकिंग, ड्रग्स बिल्कुल नहीं लेना है. इवन पैसिव स्मोकिंग, हेवी वेट्स नहीं उठाना है. And if the mother is with disability, then antenatal clinics, antenatal जो जितने सारे immunization है, सब कुछ ध्यान रखना है. And regular maternal checkup, regular health checkup is very much needed. And after, हाँ.
Okay, thank you, madam.
हेलो.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
हेलो मैडम.
हाँ.
मैडम, कौन कौन डिजीज के बारे में मदर को अवेयर रहना चाहिए, जो डिजीज होने से बच्चे को डिसेबिलिटी हो सकती है?
So main thing is tetanus, measles. So and these are the two main thing, measles and tetanus. And apart from that, न्यूट्रिशन में बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रखना है, क्योंकि जैसे स्पिनच जो पालक होते हैं अपना, वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं फॉलेट जो बेबी का ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट एंड स्पाइनल कॉर्ड डेवलपमेंट में हेल्प करते हैं. बट अगर हम लोग अच्छे से ये आयरन या फॉलेट नहीं ले रहे, तो देयर आर हाई चांसेस बेबी विल बी डिसेबल्ड. तो न्यूट्रिशन में ध्यान रखना है. पैसिव स्मोकिंग नहीं करना है, एक्टिव स्मोकिंग तो बिल्कुल नहीं करना है. इवन अल्कोहल, नो ड्रग्स, दैट आल्सो कैन लीड टू डिसेबिलिटी ऑफ द बेबी.
और ऐसा कोई वेजिटेबल्स और फ्रूट्स और ड्रिंक, हेल्थ ड्रिंक है जो पीने से बच्चे को डिसेबिलिटी?
हाँ,
ऐसा कोई वेजिटेबल्स और फ्रूट्स है जो खाने से बच्चे को डिसेबिलिटी आ सकती है?
डिसेबिलिटी फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स तो नहीं है, बट वी से दैट पाइनएप्पल एंड पपाया अवॉइड करना है, स्पेशली द रॉ पपाया, क्योंकि इट कंटेन्स अ एंजाइम जो प्रीमैच्योर लेबर हो सकते हैं। दैट इज द रीजन, प्रीमैच्योर लेबर के लिए, नथिंग एल्स। बिकॉज ऑफ प्रीमैच्योर लेबर वी से अवॉइड करो ये पाइनएप्पल पपाया, दैट्स इट।
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
আমার ये স্লাইড কি মুভ হচ্ছে এখন?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
ম্যাম
Yes, ma'am.
ম্যাম একটু কথা একটু বলার ছিল। আমরা শুনেছি যে এরকম থাইরয়েড বা থাইরয়েড থাকলে, থাইরয়েড অনেকে থাকে, তাতেও কিছু মানে ডিসেবিলিটি হওয়ার সম্ভাবনা থাকে, কিংবা বা প্রেগনেন্সি পিরিয়ডে যদি এ হয়, জন্ডিস হয় বা এনসেফালাইটিস হয়, এরকম হলো ডিসেবিলিটি হওয়ার চান্সেস থেকে, এটা কি ঠিক?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা কি এই জন্যই কি বলি যে যখনই প্রেগনেন্ট হওয়ার আগে প্রি কাউন্সিলিং ইজ ভেরি মাচ নিডেড, কাউন্সিলিং করে নেওয়া উচিত, যে কোনো ফ্যামিলি হিস্ট্রি আছে নাকি। তার থেকেও বড় কথা জন্ডিস বা এনসেফালাইটিস হওয়ার থেকে বড় কথা হলো গিয়ে যে আগে জেনেটিক কোনো ডিসঅর্ডার আছে নাকি, জেনেটিক কাউন্সিলিং করে, মানে কোনো ফ্যামিলিতে আছে নাকি, বা ম্যারেজ হচ্ছে নাকি মানে রিলেটিভসের মধ্যে, এইগুলোতে কিন্তু ডিসঅ্যাবিলিটিস থাকে। তারপরে সেকেন্ড হলো গিয়ে যেরকম আপনি জন্ডিস, এনসেফালাইটিস, এই জন্য প্রিনেটাল মানে অ্যান্টিনেটাল ভিজিট ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট, যে মানে ওইটা ডিটেক্ট করার জন্য, ডিটেক্ট করে তারপরে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে মেডিকেল আনার জন্য। তো যত তাড়াতাড়ি আমরা ওইটাকে আনতে পারবো তত তাড়াতাড়ি ওইটাকে আমরা মানে ডিসএবিলিটি প্রিভেন্ট করা যাবে। দ্যাট ইজ দ্য
জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার যদি কোনো ফ্যামিলিতে থাকে, কি ধরনের জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার থাকে এভরি চান্সেস কি বাচ্চা ডিসেবল হবে?
সেটা অনেক রকমের জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার আছে, যে একটা হলো গিয়ে যে মানে যে মেন্টাল ডিসঅর্ডার, অনেক সময় ওইটা হতে পারে মেন্টাল ডিসঅর্ডার। যদি ফ্যামিলির কাউট থাকে, দেয়ার আর চান্সেস যে জিনস দিয়ে এটা হতে পারে, সেই জন্য
অটিজমে আজকাল বলা হচ্ছে যে 50% জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার আর 50% এনভায়রনমেন্টাল এফেক্ট থেকে। এখন মোটামুটি সেটা ধরে নেওয়া হয় যে অটিজম টোটাল থেকে না 50% জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার বা 50% এনভায়রনমেন্টাল ডিসঅর্ডার, ওটার জন্য মানে হচ্ছে তো হ্যাঁ রেসপন্সিবল। তো সেটা মানে মানে কি ধরনের জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার? ওখানে তো অনেক কিছু, শুধু অটিজম হলেই যে অটিজম হবে এরকম তো নয়, অনেক কিছু ডিসঅর্ডারের মধ্যে আছে, হিয়ারিং লস বা ডেভেলপমেন্টাল ডিসঅর্ডার, অ্যাকচুয়ালি স্পিচ ডেভেলপমেন্ট বা এরকম। তো সেরকম মানে বলছে যে যে কোনো রকমের ডেভেলপমেন্টাল ডিসঅর্ডার থেকেও মানে মিউটেশন হয়ে অটিজম হতে পারে। এটা সম্বন্ধে একটুখানি যদি বলেন।
এটা সম্মতে হচ্ছে এই জন্য এটা তো ডেফিনেটলি হতেই পারে। তো এই জন্যই জেনেটিক কাউন্সিলিংটা দরকার, যে মার দিক দিয়ে বা বাবার দিক দিয়ে বা গ্র্যান্ড প্যারেন্টসের দিকে কারোর কোনো রকম জেনেটিক হচ্ছে কোনো ডিসঅর্ডার আছে নাকি, তাহলে কিরমভাবে প্রিকশন নেওয়া উচিত বা কিরমভাবে প্রেগনেন্সি প্ল্যান করা উচিত, সেটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। আর আরেকটা জিনিস হলো গিয়ে ম্যারেজ, কনসেনজুয়াল ম্যারেজ, যেটা হচ্ছে অনেক সময় অনেক কমিউনিটিতে দেখা যায় যে মা মানে ফ্যামিলির মধ্যে বিয়ে হচ্ছে, এটা কিন্তু ইট প্লেজ আ ইম্পর্টেন্ট, ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট রোল ফর দিস জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার। সেইটা তো মানে ম্যারেজটাই অ্যাভয়েড করা উচিত। আর যদি বাই চান্স ম্যারেজ হয়েও গেছে, তাহলে মানে হেলথ কেয়ার প্রোভাইডারকে মানে বলা উচিত বিফোর কনসিভিং। তো আমরা অনেক কেসেস দেখেছি যে এরকম যে অনেক রকমের জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার হয়েছে অ্যান্ড দ্য বেবি কুড নট সার্ভাইভ। তো ওই স্টেজে যাওয়ার আগেই যদি আমরা কাউন্সিলিং করে, জেনেটিক কাউন্সিলিং করে ওটাকে যে প্রিভেন্ট করা যায় কি যায় না সেরমভাবে যদি আমরা এগোই, তাহলে আই থিঙ্ক উই ক্যান অ্যাকচুয়ালি প্রিভেন্ট মেনি থিংস।
এমন অনেক সময় দেখা গেছে যে খুব মাইল্ড ডিসঅর্ডার, আমি অটিজমের বেসিসে বলছি, আমি অটিজম নিয়ে পড়াশোনা করেছি, তো দেখা গেছে যে প্রথমে ডিসঅর্ডারটা হয়তো ডায়াগনোসিস হয়নি, বড় হওয়ার পরে হয়তো সে চাকরি বাকরিও করেছে, বিয়ে থাও করেছে, বাচ্চাও হয়েছে, বাচ্চা তো অটিস্টিকই হয়েছে, কিন্তু কেউই জানতো না সেটা। কিন্তু এদিকে ফ্যামিলিতে সেরকম ডিসঅর্ডার কিছু নেই, কিন্তু ছেলেটা প্রি ম্যাচিওর ছিল, দেরি করে কথা বলতে শিখেছে, কিন্তু কথা এখন নর্মালি বলে, পড়াশোনায় ভালো, ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, এমবিএ। বাট ছেলেটা ডিসঅর্ডার, কিন্তু এখন যদি ডায়াগনোসিস করা হয় মনে হয় তো অ্যাসপারজার ধরা পড়বেই পড়বে, কারণ অনেক জায়গায় ডিসঅর্ডার আছে। তো এরকম গুলো মানে এরকম ধরনের এক্সাম্পল আপনার কাছে আরো কিছু আছে কি? মানে আমি এটা জানতে চাই, সত্যি কি এরকম হতে পারে যে অ্যাসপারজার হলো কিন্তু প্রথমে ডায়াগনোসিস হলো না, পরে ডায়াগনোসিস হলো, কিন্তু তারপরে যখন বিয়ে হয়ে তার যখন বাচ্চা হচ্ছে সেও ওই জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডারের মধ্যে পড়ে যাচ্ছে।
কিন্তু সেটা হতে পারে একটা হয়তো মিস করে যাওয়া হয়েছে, মানে এটাই হয়তো হয়েছে যে ওই যখন মানে যেই টাইমে ধরা উচিত হয়তো সেটা মিসই হয়ে গেছে, মানে ধরাই হয়নি, ওই অ্যাঙ্গেলতে কোনো সময় দেখাই হয়নি। হয়তো কিছু ট্রেটস ছিল, মানে আফটার ম্যারেজ তো এরকম হতে পারে না, এত বছরে কোনো ট্রেটস নেই যে একদম আফটার ম্যারেজ হয়েছে, তাহলে কিছু জিনিস ছিল যেটা ট্রিগার করেছে। ইট ক্যান বি ইমোশনাল, ইট ক্যান বি এনভায়রনমেন্টাল, কিছু একটা ট্রিগার করে যেটা ভেতরে ছিল সেটাকে বাইরে এনেছে। দ্যাট উই হ্যাভ সিন।
ছিল তো একটা প্রিম্যাচিওর ডেলিভারি ছিল একটা, তারপরে স্পিচ ডেভেলপমেন্ট, 5 বছর বয়সে কথা বলতে শিখেছে, এগুলো তো ছিল প্রথম দিকে। আর তারপরে আসলে কথা পড়াশোনাটা হয়েছে, চাকরি বাকরি হয়েছে, কিন্তু হ্যাঁ নিশ্চয়ই কমিউনিকেশন ডিসঅর্ডার কিছু কিছু জায়গায় আছে। তারপরে হিয়ারিং মানে বেশি আওয়াজ দিতে পারে না, এরকম আছে কিছু কিছু, সেগুলো আমি পরে ডিটেক্ট করেছি, কিন্তু কিন্তু এই মানে সাধারণ লোকেরা কেউ বুঝতে পারবে না।
সেটাই আমরা মানে ওইখানে মিস করে যাওয়া হয়েছে, হয়তো পুরো ট্রেটসই ছিল, কোনো মানে মিস হয়ে গেছে পুরো জিনিসটাই। তো সেইটা কিন্তু একটা ভীষণ মানে একটা ইটস রিয়েলি স্কেরি যদি আমরা মিস করে যাই। আর তারপরে যখন আমরা দেখছি যে জিনিস তখন কিন্তু যখন লাস্টে ধরা পড়ছে তখন আমাদের কিছুই করার থাকে না,
থাকছে না। হ্যাঁ সেটাই হচ্ছে কথা।
তো অলওয়েজ আর্লি ডিটেকশন হেল্পস ইন প্রিভেনশন। আর এই জন্য আমরা আগের থেকে বলি যখন মানে এরকম কিছু কিছু সিনারিও যেখানে আমরা সাসপেক্ট করতে পারি যে ডিসঅর্ডার হতে পারে, যেরকম ম্যারেজ যেটা বলছি, তো অলওয়েজ উই সে জেনেটিক কাউন্সিলিং বিফোর কনসিভিং। ফার্স্টে হলো যে নো ম্যারেজ ইন বিটুইন রিলেটিভস, অ্যাবসলিউটলি নো, কিন্তু কোনো কোনো কমিউনিটি। আর সেকেন্ড থিং হলো গিয়ে যে যদিও বা হয়েছে বিফোর কনসিভিং প্লিজ গো উইথ দ্য কাউন্সিলিং, জেনেটিক কাউন্সিলিং। তখন আর তারপরে হলো গিয়ে যখন ডিটেক্ট করা হয়েছে অনেক সময় অনেক কিছু জিনিস মানে সোনোগ্রাফিতেও ধরা পড়ে, তখন হচ্ছে দে নিড টু টেক আ কল। আর কিন্তু তারপরে এক্সপোজার টু অনেক সময় অনেক কিছু এক্সপোজার ক্যান অলসো লিড টু ক্যান এফেক্ট দ্য বেবি, যেরকম লিড, তারপরে হচ্ছে এক্স-রে, এইসবগুলো কিন্তু হ্যাভ আ ব্যাড এফেক্ট অন দ্য বেবি। আর তারপরে হচ্ছে যে পেইন্ট, অনেক সময় পেইন্টিং করে, সেই পেইন্টের স্মেল লিড টু মিনস প্রবলেম উইথ দ্য বেবি।
আমার বেবির যখন সোনোগ্রাফি হয়েছিল তখন ওরা বলেছিল যে হেড সার্কামফারেন্সটা বড় বেশি আছে, তো মেবি আপনার নর্মাল ডেলিভারি নাও হতে পারে, সিজারিয়ান হবে। তো সেটা তখন বুঝতে পারিনি অতটা, আর ডাক্তারও আমাকে কিছু তার জন্য কোনো কিছু করতে বলেনি, এইটুকু বলেছিল যে সিজারিয়ান হতে পারে। এই সিজারিয়ান তো আজকাল অনেক সবারই মানে ইচ্ছা করেও নিয়ে নিচ্ছে যে আমি নর্মাল করবো না সিজার করবো, তখন সেটা বোঝা যায়নি। যাই হোক, আমার বেবি তো অটিস্টিকই।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
বেবি মানে কি বড় হয়ে গেছে, এখন 23 বছর বয়স। থ্যাংক ইউ
ম্যাম।
হ্যাঁ বলুন বলুন।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, আপনি যেটা বলছেন ওটা কি লেট পয়জনিং এর কথা বলছেন? মানে কালার প্রিন্টের মধ্যে যে স্মেলটা পাওয়া যাচ্ছে সেটা কি লেট পয়জনিং সেই জিনিসটার কথা বলছেন? যে অনেক সময় ওই জিনিসটা যে মানে প্রেগনেন্ট উমেন থাকলে বাচ্চাদের ক্ষতি করে, যেটা লেট যে
পেইন্টিং আমরা যে ঘরে পেইন্টিং করাই না, ঘরে যেরকম আমরা পেইন্টিং করাই দেওয়ালের, তো অনেক পেইন্টিং এর মধ্যে থাকে। এখন আপনি যদি দেখেন দেখবে যে এইসব এখন
পেন্টিং এর লেখা থাকে।
এখন লেখা থাকে, কিন্তু কিছুদিন আগে অনেক অনেক পেইন্টের মানে ডাব্বার মধ্যে কিন্তু লেখা থাকে না। That is also very harmful for the pregnant women and unborn child. আর একটা জিনিস যে আমাদের বাড়িতে ইয়ে আছে, অনেকের বাড়িতে হচ্ছে কুকুর আছে, অনেকের বাড়িতে হচ্ছে ক্যাট আছে, বিড়াল আছে। বিড়ালের লোম বা কুকুরের লোম কিন্তু very dangerous for the pregnant women. এটাও একটা জিনিস আমাদেরকে খেয়াল রাখতে হয়।
ওকে ম্যাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম।
হ্যালো ম্যাম।
Yes, hello.
হ্যালো ম্যাম, আমি পম্পা গায়ত্রী বলছি ম্যাম।
হ্যালো
হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ
ম্যাম, বলছি আমি অনেক গার্জেনকে দেখেছি আমি, থাইরয়েড এবং সুগার এই দুটো থাকলে কি বাচ্চা অটিজম হবে?
না, এরকম কোনো নেই। থাইরয়েড সুগার তো আমরা তো মানে র্যান্ডম দেখছি থাইরয়েড অ্যান্ড সুগার।
কিন্তু আমি একটা বাচ্চাকে এরকম দেখতে পাচ্ছি, বাচ্চার মাকে আমি কাউন্সিলিং করছিলাম, তখন বাচ্চার মা আমাকে বললেন যে আমি জিজ্ঞেস করলাম যে আপনার প্রিম্যাচিওর পার্ট, তা বললো না। আপনার কি সুগার ছিল? তো বলছে হ্যাঁ। থাইরয়েডে ছিল। বাচ্চাটা এখন 4 বছর বয়স, বাচ্চাটা অটিজম উইথ ADHD।
থাইরয়েড আবার একটা জিনিস দেখতে হয়, থাইরয়েড কি আনকন্ট্রোল থাইরয়েড ছিল না উইথ মেডিকেশন ছিল?
মেডিকেশন ছিল, মানে প্রপার মেডিকেশন, উনিও অ্যাজ এ ডক্টর, বাট এখন আমি দেখছি ওনার বাচ্চাটাকে এবং অটিজমের মাইল্ডে আছে, অসুবিধা কিছু নেই, বাট বাচ্চাটাকে ঠিক করছি। কিন্তু উনি বলছেন প্রিম্যাচিওর বাপ নয়, সিজারিয়ান বাপ, বাট হচ্ছে ওনার সুগার এবং থাইরয়েড দুটোই ছিল। তো এক্ষেত্রে কি এর উপর কি হবে, কি যদি হয় একটু কাইন্ডলি বলেন।
আপনার ভয়েসটা ব্রেক হচ্ছে। কি সুগার আর থাইরয়েড ছিল,
তারপরে বলছে যে না, আমি আপনি কি পড়ে গেছিলেন? তো বলছে না, আমি পড়েও যাই না, আমার কোনো সমস্যা হয়নি। দুটো সমস্যা, সেটা হচ্ছে আমার সুগার থাইরয়েড দুটোই ছিল।
কিন্তু সি সেকশন টাইমে কি কোনো রকমের বাচ্চার অসুবিধা হয়েছিল সেটা কি?
না বলছে না, সেরকম অসুবিধা হয়নি। বাচ্চা কিন্তু বাই বার্থ বাচ্চা তেমন কান্না করেনি, একটু সময় নিয়েছিল, একটু ডিলে হয়েছিল।
আর একটা জিনিস হতে পারে যে শ্বাস, যে বাচ্চার
কর্ড রাউন্ড দ্য নেক, কর্ড রাউন্ড দ্য নেক হলে খুব প্রবলেম।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, বলুন ম্যাডাম, বলুন। সরি,
টাইমে শ্বাস বা স্ট্রেসড আউট হয়ে,
হ্যাঁ ওটাও জিজ্ঞেস করেছি, ওটাও তেমন ছিল না। মোটামুটি একটা কথা পরিষ্কার উনি বললেন যে আমার বাচ্চা একটু ডিলেতে কান্না করেছিল। নাম্বার ওয়ান, নাম্বার টু হচ্ছে ওনার প্রেসার এন্ড সুগার দুটোই ছিল।
থাইরয়েড এন্ড সুগার, কিন্তু থাইরয়েড আর সুগার যখন ছিল, কিন্তু এটা হচ্ছে একদম নর্মাল এখন, যেটা থাইরয়েড এন্ড সুগারের জন্য অটিজম যদি আনকন্ট্রোল হচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ, মানে উনি বলছেন কন্ট্রোলের মধ্যে ছিল, বাচ্চাটা হয়তো আনকন্ট্রোল ছিল, উনি হয়তো বুঝতে পারেননি, মেবি হতে পারে এটা।
আনকন্ট্রোল হলে হওয়ার চান্সেস থাকে, আর এই জন্য থাইরয়েড একটা কিন্তু যদি আন্ডার মেডিকেশন থাকে, আন্ডার মেডিকেশন থাকলে সুগারের একটাই প্রবলেম হলো যে বিগ বেবি বাচ্চা অনেক বড় হয় আর তার সুগার লেভেলের হচ্ছে ইয়ে হয়। কিন্তু থাইরয়েড একটা এরকম আছে, যদি আনকন্ট্রোল করা না পড়ে তাহলে কিন্তু একটা চান্স থেকেই যায়। কিন্তু মেডিকেশন তখন ঠিকভাবে নিয়েছেন কিনা, ঠিক সেটা কিন্তু একটা ফ্যাক্টর। বাচ্চার বয়স কত?
বললেন 4 বছর।
4 বছর, তো ওইটা কিন্তু একটা ইয়ে ফ্যাক্টর যে থাইরয়েড আনকন্ট্রোল থাইরয়েড ছিল নাকি, হয়তো ধরা পড়েছে যখন অনেক হাই লেভেল, সেটা কিন্তু একটা দেখতে হয়।
ম্যাম, ডিউরিং প্রেগন্যান্সি থাইরয়েড যদি মানে যদি লিটল বিট বেশি থাকে এবং সেটা মেডিকেশনের আন্ডারেই আছে, সেটা নর্মাল রেট দেখাচ্ছে, সেক্ষেত্রে কি কোনো কমপ্লিকেশন আসতে পারে?
না, একেবারেই না, একেবারে।
যেটা আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ। আর একটা যেটা বললেন যে কুকুরের পেটস যদি বাড়ি থাকে, এবার ধরুন প্রেগনেন্সি মানে প্রেগনেন্ট মহিলা আছে, এবার বাড়িতে ডগও আছে, এবং তার জন্য সত্যি সত্যি কুকুরদের তো একটা বয়স, একটা টাইমে, এই যেমন এই সিজনটাতে খুব লোম ওঠে ওদের, তো এটা মানে কতটা হার্মফুল, মানে কিভাবে এটা অ্যাভয়েড করা যায় বা কি সেটা একটু যেহেতু বললেন আপনি।
মানে অ্যাভয়েড করতে হবে ওর, মানে যদি বাড়িতে পেট থাকে একেবারে তো অ্যাভয়েড করা যায় না একদম, যে তাকে বের করে দে বা সেটা তো করা যায় না। কি করতে হবে যে হয়তো যে কাডল করি আমরা, যে কুকুরের সাথে গিয়ে মুখের সাথে মুখ লাগিয়ে যে আমরা ইয়ে করি, সেইগুলো অ্যাভয়েড করতে হবে ওই প্রেগনেন্সির টাইমে, যাতে লোমটা কোনোভাবেই মানে না যায় প্রেগনেন্ট
মানে
উইমেনের।
আমরা মানে ওটা ভেতরে যাতে না যায়, মানে অনেক সময় খাবার দাবারের মধ্যে দিয়ে চলে যেতে পারে,
ওইগুলো
সেটা তো
থাকতে হবে।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা। এবার আমি যেটা শুনেছিলাম যে পেটসদের মানে যেটা ইউরিন হোক বা পটি হোক এইগুলোর মানে অ্যাভয়েড করাটা অনেক বেশি দরকার।
মানে ওভারঅল একটা মানে পেটকে অনেক, হ্যাঁ এগুলো অ্যাভয়েড করা দরকার। মানে দেখতে গেলে মানে যখন প্রেগনেন্ট হয় তখন একটুখানি পেটসদের অ্যাভয়েড করা হলে ভালো হয় আর কি। যেরকম যদি টেক কেয়ার করা হয় পুরো মাত্রায় সেই টাইমে একটুখানি অ্যাভয়েড করলে তো উই ক্যান প্রিভেন্ট মেনি থিংস।
আচ্ছা, আর আরেকটা কথা ম্যাম, ডিউরিং প্রেগনেন্সি তো কম বেশি অনেক ধরনের দুশ্চিন্তা মানুষের আসে থাকেই। এবার সেখানে এই যে ডিপ্রেশন জিনিসটা হয়তো মাঝে মাঝেই সে হরমোনাল চেঞ্জেস এর জন্য হোক বা যা হোক হোয়াট এভার ফ্যামিলি ইস্যুস হোক, কম বেশি হয়তো অনেককেই সাফার করতে হয়। এবার সেইটা এই ডিপ্রেশনের কুফলটা কি হতে পারে বা সেটা কিভাবে মানে ওখান থেকে মানে শিফট করে কিভাবে, মানে সেই ক্ষেত্রে টেক কেয়ারটা ঠিক কি হওয়া উচিত ডিপ্রেশনের ক্ষেত্রে? ডিপ্রেশনের মানে কুফলগুলো ইউজুয়ালি কি এবং সেটা কিভাবে অ্যাভয়েড করা উচিত?
ডিপ্রেশনের তো একটা আমরা সবসময় ইভেন মানে শুনে এসছি, জেনে এসছি যে ডিউরিং প্রেগনেন্সি আমরা যাই যেটাই ভাবি করি থিঙ্ক যা আমরা করছি ইট গোজ টু দ্য বেবি, ঠিক আছে? এবার যখন একটা আমরা শুনে এসছি ডেফিনেটলি যে যখন হচ্ছে একটা মা প্রেগনেন্ট হয় তাদেরকে বলা হয় যে ভালো খেতে, সবসময় হাসি খুশি থাকতে, কোনো সময় ভায়োলেন্স বা হচ্ছে ডিপ্রেসিভ মুভিজ বা হচ্ছে নিউজ পেপার এগুলো না পড়তে। কেন? কারণ বিকজ ইট ডাইরেক্টলি এফেক্ট দ্য বেবি। এবার একটা মা যখন হচ্ছে মানে ভালো আছে, যখন সে ভালোভাবে খাওয়া দাওয়া করছে, মাদার ইজ হ্যাপি, তার বেবির গ্রোথ ডেভেলপমেন্ট উইল বি ইন আ অ্যামেজিং ওয়ে। কিন্তু যখনই একটা মাদার হচ্ছে ডিপ্রেস হচ্ছে, সে অটোমেটিক্যালি তার খাওয়াই হচ্ছে ফার্স্ট ইয়ে পড়বে, সে ঠিকমতো খাবে, যদি না খায় বেবির ওয়েট ঠিকমতো গেইন হবে না। সেকেন্ড থিং দ্য মেন্টালিটি, আমরা যা ভাবছি অ্যান্ড মেডিকেল সায়েন্স আগে হচ্ছে আমরা জানতাম, এখন হচ্ছে ওয়েস্টার্ন মেডিসিন প্রুভ দ্যাট মাদার যা ভাবছে যা করছে সেটা এফেক্ট করে বেবিকে। এবার যদি মাদার ডিপ্রেসড হয় বেবি তো ফুল ওভারঅল ওয়েলবিং হচ্ছে এফেক্ট হবে, প্রেগনেন্সি আউটকাম, ডেলিভারি এফেক্ট হবে। It can be premature baby, it can be low birth weight baby, it can be মানে হাই রিস্ক বেবিজ। তারপরে মাদার যদি ডিপ্রেস থাকে অনেক সময় অনেক যে মানে বিপি, সুগার, থাইরয়েড এইসবগুলো ফ্ল্যাকচুয়েট করতে থাকবে। ইট ইজ বোথ নট গুড ফর দ্য মাদার, নট ফর দ্য বেবি। আই হোপ এটা কনসেপ্টটা ক্লিয়ার।
ইয়েস ম্যাম, থ্যাংক ইউ। অ্যাকচুয়ালি ডিপ্রেশনটা অনেক ভাস্ট একটা জিনিস, কিন্তু ডিপ্রেশন ঠিক সেটাকে বলা যাবে কিনা জানা নেই। যেটা আমি বলতে চাইছি যে কম বেশি আমরা নেগেটিভ থটস করব না, কিন্তু ওইভাবে তো নেগেটিভ থটস চলে যায় না সব সময়। অনেক কিছু যেহেতু ধরুন ফার্স্ট প্রেগনেন্সির ক্ষেত্রে আমি ধরুন বলছি যে অনেক ধরনের কোয়ারিজ থাকে, অনেক ধরনের প্রশ্ন থাকে, হয়তো আমরা প্রপার গাইডেন্স পাই না, মানে সেই ফেসিলিটিও বা আমাদের হয়তো আমরা অ্যাভেল করতে পারি না। এবং সেই ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যায় অনেক ধরনের দুশ্চিন্তা হয়তো করছি না চলে আসছে। এবার হয়তো একটা রাত খুব উল্টোপাল্টা চিন্তা হলো, পরের দিন আবার ঠিক, মানে এই ক্ষেত্রেগুলো বলছি যে এইগুলো কি নর্মাল নাকি এগুলো সত্যি?
বিকজ অফ হরমোন আপ অ্যান্ড ডাউন হচ্ছে, মেইন থিং হচ্ছে হরমোনস, একদিন হরমোন শুট আপ করছে, একদিন একবার নিচে নামছে, এই জন্য হচ্ছে সব এগুলো সব
মুড সুইং থাকছে এবং রাইট।
আমরা কিরম ভাবে সেটাকে ট্যাকেল করছি, এই জন্য হোয়াট আই এম ডুইং ফ্রম ওয়ে হচ্ছে পুরো গ্রাস রুট লেভেলে গিয়ে যে সবাইকে যে দিস আর দ্য থিংস, মানে এই জিনিস একটা প্রেগনেন্ট উইমেন যখন হয়, একটা প্রেগনেন্ট মা যখন একটা মানে আমি একটা উইমেন যখন একটা প্রেগনেন্ট হয় তার এই কোয়ারিজগুলো থাকে, কম বেশি মোটামুটি সবার একই কোয়ারিজ থাকে। দেখতে গেলে একটু এদিক ওদিক হয় কিন্তু তাদের ইজিলি অ্যাক্সেসেবল, তারা যাতে জানে যে কোথায় গিয়ে জিজ্ঞেস করতে হবে, দ্যাট ইজ অলসো ইম্পর্টেন্ট।
মানে সাপোজ ধরুন যে মানে ডক্টর দেখাতে গিয়ে হোক বা কোনো ফ্রেন্ড সার্কেলে হোক, একজন প্রেগনেন্ট যিনি আছেন তার সাথে আরো একজন প্রেগনেন্ট মহিলার পরিচয় হলো, এবার দেখা যাচ্ছে যে সেকেন্ড জনের কোনো কিছু কমপ্লিকেশন আছে, ফার্স্ট জনের নেই। এবার কনভারসেশন চলাকালীন এই যে একটা ভয় যে ওটা হচ্ছে, তাহলে কি এটা আমার ক্ষেত্রে হবে, কি হবে ওর বেবির এটা হলো, তাহলে এই যে বিষয়গুলো ওভারকাম করা বা চলে আসছে, তা সেই ক্ষেত্রে কিভাবে ডিল করা উচিত নিজের সাথে, বা এই জিনিসগুলোই মেনলি সুইং থাকছেই।
বেস্ট হচ্ছে কি নিজের ডক্টরকে, যে কাউকে তো দেখানো হচ্ছে, কোনো তো গাইনোকোলজিস্ট আছে, তাকে গিয়ে ডাইরেক্টলি জিজ্ঞেস করা, যে প্রশ্ন লিখে নিয়ে গিয়ে, মানে আমরা বলি যে সবসময় লিখে নিয়ে যেতে, মানে যে ওইখানে গিয়ে এখন মনে পড়লো যা মনে পড়লো একটা ডায়েরিতে নোট ডাউন করে, পরে যখন নেক্সট ভিজিটে যাওয়া হচ্ছে বা যখন পুরো নিয়ে গিয়ে এই কোশ্চেন আছে আমাকে প্লিজ এক্সপ্লেইন, অ্যান্ড আই এম প্রিটি শিওর যে সব গাইনোকোলজিস্ট কিন্তু এক্সপ্লেইন করে।
ওকে ম্যাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
এটা সবসময় আমরা বলি যে লিখে নিয়ে আসতে, কারণ ওইখানে গিয়ে মনে করে বলার হয়তো সবার কাছে টাইম থাকে না, ওই যে, কিন্তু আমরা যদি লিখে নিয়ে যাই ইট বিকামস মাচ মোর ইজিয়ার। হ্যালো, ইয়েস
ম্যাডাম,
ম্যাম আমি একটু কথা বলতে চাই, আমি 5 মিনিট নেব একটু।
ম্যাম আপনার টাইম ওভার হয়ে গিয়েছে।
ম্যাডাম সেন্টার কতটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট বাচ্চা এবং মায়ের জন্য?
ম্যাম আপনার টাইম ওভার হয়ে গিয়েছে।
আচ্ছা নিপেন বাবু একটু লেট করুন, আমরা দেখছি।
হ্যালো হ্যালো
আপনি কন্টিনিউ।
আমি না শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, মানে 2-3 জনের একসঙ্গে ইয়েটা হচ্ছে, একজন করে।
হ্যালো ম্যাম, আমি পম্পা কাজী।
বলুন পম্পা।
আমার একটা রিলেটিভ আছেন, ওনার বয়স এখন 24 হবে। তো উনি যখন ক্লাস 9-এ পড়তেন, তো 9-এ পড়াকালীন তখন থেকে ওর অ্যানিমিয়া শুরু হয়। তো অ্যানিমিয়া থেকে স্টার্ট আপ করে ওর ধীরে ধীরে ডিপ্রেসড হতে শুরু করে ও, এবং 9 থেকে 10 ইয়ার পর্যন্ত ও এখনো অ্যান্টি ডিপ্রেশন ওষুধ খেয়ে যাচ্ছে। এখন যদি ওর পরে বিয়ে দেওয়া হয় বা কিছু হয়, সেক্ষেত্রে কি ওর পরে যে বেবি আসবে সে কি মানে কোনো অ্যাবনর্মালিটি থাকতে পারে? এটা একটা প্রশ্ন, যদি একটু সর্ট আউট করেন ম্যাম।
ফার্স্টে হচ্ছে যে এনিমিয়া যখন ও 9-10 থেকে জানতে পেরেছে, দেন হোয়াট মেজার শি টুক, মানে ও কি করেছে নিজের এনিমিয়াকে ইয়ে করার জন্য। এনিমিয়ার সবচেয়ে হচ্ছে বেস্ট থিং হচ্ছে আমরা যেটা খাই, যেরকম বাড়ির সবচেয়ে ইজি যে কালো ইয়ে আছে, কালো যে মানে কিসমিস, সেটাকে জলের মধ্যে ভিজিয়ে রেখে রাতভর ভিজিয়ে রেখে খেলেই হচ্ছে হিমোগ্লোবিন লেভেল ইমপ্রুভ হয়ে যাবে 1 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে। বেস্ট ওয়ে। বা হচ্ছে যে ডেটস, এই যে খেজুর, যেটা আমরা পুজোতে দিই বা হচ্ছে ইয়ে করা হয়, সেইটা একটু করে খেজুর খেলে হিমোগ্লোবিন লেভেল ইমপ্রুভ হয়ে যাবে। তারপরে পালং শাক, তারপরে থোর, মোচা, আমাদের এত ভালো ভালো জিনিস আছে, 1 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে হিমোগ্লোবিন লেভেল ইমপ্রুভ হলো। কি ওর এত বছর ধরে এনিমিয়া আছে কেন? দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট কোশ্চেন। এনিমিয়া, ডেফিনেটলি এনিমিয়া থাকলে আমাদের হতে থাকে।
আর একটা জিনিস আছে একটু বলি ম্যাম, ওটা আমি নিজে প্রুফ করে দেখেছি আমার ছেলেকে দিয়ে, কুলেখাড়া শাক।
কুলেখাড়া শাক,
হ্যাঁ
আমাদের নিজেদের
একদম 7 দিনে 1 থেকে 2 পয়েন্ট বাড়বে।
লো কস্ট হচ্ছে মানে ইন্টারভেনশন, যেটা আমরা করতে পারি, খরচা লাগবে, হিমোগ্লোবিন লেভেল বেড়ে যাবে। হিমোগ্লোবিন লেভেল বাড়লে হচ্ছে অটোমেটিক্যালি হচ্ছে পুরো ওভারঅল অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেড়ে যাবে, দ্য পারসন উইল ফিল গুড, তারপরে তার কাজ করার এনার্জি আসবে, লেথার্জি আসবে না, সে অটোমেটিক্যালি ডিপ্রেশন থেকে বেরিয়ে আসবে। তারপরে এক্সারসাইজ, ডিপ্রেশন থেকে বেরিয়ে আসার জন্য ইউ নিড টু টেক কেয়ার অফ ইয়োর সেলফ, এক্সারসাইজ, মেডিটেশন, পজিটিভ মানে ইয়ে বুক না, যদি কিচ্ছু না পাওয়া যায়, জাস্ট হাঁটা বা বাড়ির ছাদে গিয়ে হচ্ছে 10 মিনিট বসে থাকা, ব্রিদিং এক্সারসাইজ, প্রাণায়াম যদি না পারা না জানে কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, প্র্যাকটিস জোরে জোরে লম্বা করে নাক দিয়ে শ্বাস নিয়ে মুখ দিয়ে শ্বাস তো ছাড়তে পারবে। প্লিজ অ্যাভয়েড ডিপ্রেসিং নিউজ অ্যান্ড নিউজ পেপার, যেটা ডিপ্রেসিং সেটা করে জাস্ট
ম্যাম একটু বলে নি, আমি বলছি যে ও অ্যানিমিয়ার ঔষধ মানে ডাক্তার দেখানো হয়েছিল এবং ঔষধও খেয়েছিল এবং ঠিকঠাকও হয়ে গেছিল, কিন্তু সেই সময় থেকে যে ডিপ্রেশনে পড়লো, কিছুতেই আর মানে ল্যাক অফ এনার্জি হতে শুরু করলো, পড়াশোনা থেকে ডিট্রোয়েট করতে শুরু করলো, স্কুলে মানে যেহেতু এক্সাম দিতে চাইতো না, ফ্রেন্ডরা খারাপ একটু বললেই বাস ও খারাপ, মানে ও ভালো নয় এরকম টাইপের হতে শুরু করলো, এবং ধীরে 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 মানে একদম আনসোশ্যালাইজড হয়ে গেল, কারোর সঙ্গে কথা নয়, কারোর সঙ্গে এই নয়, মানে
হচ্ছে she needs proper counseling.
এখন কাউন্সিলিং করানো মানে এমন একটা জায়গায় বাড়ি ওদের, তো ওরা মানে ভালো জায়গায় যেতে, মানে গ্রাম্য জায়গায় বাড়ি, তাই মানে কেউ নিয়ে যাবে বা কোথাও গিয়ে করবে এটা হয়ে উঠছিল না, তাই জন্য এত মানে ডিলে হয়ে গেল আর কি, তার 10 বছর 9 বছর ওরা ওরকম সাফার করছে এখনো পর্যন্ত।
এখনো হচ্ছে, কিন্তু একটা জিনিস তো আছে যে এখন আমাদের সবার কাছে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে, সবার কাছে স্মার্টফোন আছে, তো স্মার্টফোন দিয়েও কিন্তু কাউন্সিলিং করানো যায়। আমরা কিন্তু এইখানে বসে যে কোনো কর্নারে, আমরা ইন্ডিয়ার কর্নারে যাচ্ছি, যে কোনো ওয়ার্ল্ডের কর্নারে গিয়ে আমরা কিন্তু ইয়ে করছি, সেইটা একটুখানি দেখতে হবে, মানে
কাউন্সিলিং
বের করে যদি না আসতে পারে ফোনে অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট বুক করে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে কাউন্সিলিং করানো খুব দরকার।
এখন ভার্চুয়ালি কাউন্সিলিং সবাই করছে।
I think I'll be able to take another one question. Khalid sir ওই দিক দিয়ে বলেছে যে টাইম স্টপ, একটা কোশ্চেন।
হ্যালো ম্যাম, দেবিকা বলছি।
ম্যাম।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, দেবিকা বলছি।
হ্যাঁ বলুন।
হ্যালো ম্যাম।
হ্যাঁ দেবিকা বলুন।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, বলছি যে আমার যখন বেবি প্রেগন্যান্সি পিরিয়ডে আর কি আমার একটু অ্যানিমিয়া ছিল, ডক্টর বলেছিল। এবার তার থেকে মানে সেরকম কিছু সমস্যা আমার হয়নি। এবার বেবি হওয়ার পরে বেবির এখন হিমোগ্লোবিন চেক করাতে দেখলাম যে ওর মানে হিমোগ্লোবিনটা 13 রয়েছে। তো ডক্টর বলছে যে ওই পিরিয়ডে আরেকটু বেশি, মানে যেহেতু ওর ছোট মানে গ্রোয়িং পিরিয়ড, তাই ওর আরেকটু বেশি হিমোগ্লোবিন থাকাটা দরকার।
ওকে।
কিন্তু তো বাড়ছেও না, মানে ডক্টর ওষুধ মেডিসিন দিয়েছে আর সমস্ত কিছু বাইরে বললো যে মানে আপনি যে খাবারগুলোর নাম বললেন ওগুলো তো আমরা খাওয়াতাম বাড়িতে, কিন্তু ডাক্তার বলছে যে ওগুলো খাওয়ালেও কিছু হবে না, ওই মেডিসিন দিয়েই যা কিছু হওয়ার হচ্ছে। তো সেই বিষয়ে যদি 2.5 বছর বয়স।
2.5 বছরের বাচ্চার হচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ 2.5 বছরের বাচ্চা, কারণ ও এই যে আমরা যেগুলো বললাম সেগুলো বড়দেরকে, বাচ্চাদের কি কুলেখাড়ার শাক বা থোর 2.5 বছরের বাচ্চাকে খাওয়ানো যাবে? খাওয়ানো যাবে না। ওকে, আমি কি হচ্ছে ওকে হচ্ছে বসে বসে
কিসমিস খায়, কিসমিস তারপর খেজুর এগুলো পছন্দ করে,
কিন্তু ডেইলি কি দেওয়া হচ্ছে ওকে, মানে একদম পুরো একদম রেগুলারলি 7 দিন, একদম 7 দিনই দেওয়া হচ্ছে কি? হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ, ও তো প্রতিদিনই খায়, মানে খেজুরটা একটু মানে অনিয়ম করে, কিন্তু বাকি সব দিনই খায়।
তো ওইটা একটুখানি চেক করে, আর হ্যাঁ একটা ছোট বয়সে ওদের মানে ওরা এখন গ্রো করছে, ওদের মানে খায় সবকিছু।
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না কিছু,
এখন কি শোনা যাচ্ছে? Am I audible?
হ্যাঁ একদম শোনা যাচ্ছে ক্লিয়ার।
হ্যাঁ, মেডিসিন দিতে হবে ছোট বয়সে দরকার, কারণ ওদের যতখানি দরকার একটা মানে এই গ্রোথ পিরিয়ডে এক্সট্রা দিতে হবে। তো ডোন্ট ওয়ারি, যদি আপনার পিডিয়াট্রিশিয়ান প্রেসক্রাইব করে ইয়ে কি আয়রন ড্রপ ওদেরকে দিতে হবে, কারণ ওরা যেরকম ভাবে খাবার দাবার মানে এত গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড, ওরা প্রচন্ড দৌড়াচ্ছে, ওদের মেটাবলিজম হাই, আর সব কিছুর জন্য Please give. Now,
ম্যাম
now.
আমি কথা বলতে চাচ্ছি আপনার সাথে। আমি মলি মজুমদার।
হ্যাঁ
ম্যাম আমার হচ্ছে মানে 4 মান্থ প্রেগন্যান্সিতে মানে 4 মান্থ পড়েছে জাস্ট, তখন আমার ধরা পড়েছিল 47 ক্রোমোসোমাল ডিসঅর্ডার মানে বেবির।
আচ্ছা।
তারপর আমাদেরকে হচ্ছে ডাক্তার বলেছিল যে হলো মানে বেবিটাকে ইয়ে করে দেওয়ার জন্য, অ্যাবর্ট করে দেওয়ার জন্য, তো আমরা করে দিয়েছিলাম। তারপরে নেক্সট বেবির কি এটা আবার এরকম প্রবলেম হতে পারে?
চেক করতে হবে।
এটা চেক করতে হবে, এটা চেক করে হচ্ছে মানে পুরো জেনেটিক ম্যাচিং করে দেখে তারপর এটা হচ্ছে ইয়ে করতে পারবে। তো আমার এখন এখানে হচ্ছে আমাকে I have to take leave কারণ হচ্ছে এখানে ওয়েট করছে। তো প্লিজ I will share my mail ID. All can directly mail to me. মানে সবাই আমাকে মেইল করতে পারেন, আমি আমার মেইল আইডি শেয়ার করছি। আমি এখানে
অ্যানিমাল স্ক্যানটা কতটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট এটা উত্তরটা জানেন একটু?
হ্যাঁ,
বাচ্চার জন্য অ্যানিমাল স্ক্যানটা কতটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট বাচ্চা এবং মায়ের জন্য? অ্যানিমাল স্ক্যান
কারণ এটা অ্যানিমালি স্ক্যানটা করেই বোঝা যায় যে জেনেটিক ডিসঅর্ডার আছে কি। আমি
বলছি
শেয়ার করেছি, আপনাদের যা যা রিকোয়েস্ট প্লিজ এখানে ইয়ে করুন। এখান থেকে হোস্ট ওইখান থেকে বলছে যে আই হ্যাভ টু স্টপ নাও। তাদেরকে আমি আনসার দিতে পারিনি, তারা প্লিজ আমাকে মেইলে ইয়ে করুন। আই উইল বি হ্যাপি টু আনসার এভরিওয়ান।
ম্যাম আপনার ক্লাস খুব ভালো লাগলো ম্যাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম।
If you have any
ভালো ক্লাস
more
হলো ম্যাম।
question to, hello?
Thank you, sir.
So if you have any more question to ask to Dr. Pyle, please, she has given already her email ID. Please chat to her. Please send your question to us. She will get back to you in due time. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Pyle. You explain and express very nicely, which was very much important for the mother and the couple for future to avoid disability, to give normal path, and you explained very nicely. I think that we need to give more time to explain, but anyway, next session already, next resource person is waiting. So thank you, Dr. Pyle, for your valuable lectures shared with us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now Rene Skeleton, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh yes. Okay. Now I can see. Okay. Let me introduce. This might be the second time for Dr. Rene Skeleton. Dr. Rene Skeleton is a life and communication coach, trainer, and joy junkie. As a coach, she helps women discover their voice, elevate joy, and unapologetically live their truth in life. Leadership, parenting, and relationships. As a trainer, she believes interactive workshops central on building trust, increasing emotional intelligence, and living effective communications, introducing new concepts and shifting perspectives. Dr. Rene is the author of award-winning emotional intelligence children's book series, The Adventures of her book, his and her question joy is with her husband of 25 years and 3 amazing resilient children. Her motto in life is to love up, love in, so you can laugh out. So in addition, Mr. Matt Philistine also accompanied, sometimes visible, to share with his emotional intelligence. And we have already introduced Mr. Matt, who was the first speaker today. So now we welcome Dr. Renee Skeleton and to deliver her valuable topic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, so that was an amazing presentation previously. I was all into it. So very informative, very knowledgeable. I do have Matt on here with me, so he will be chiming in as well. And like you alluded to, he was on here previously this morning and spoke.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi. So first, I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of this online program. It's actually a blessing. And I believe I'm the last speaker, right? Hello, I'm the last speaker for today. So I think I'm standing in the way of your feedback hour, right? Right after me and the closing of the day. So I won't make this like 5 hours long. So I will go ahead and begin. Now, if you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to place them in the chat and hopefully myself and Matt, we can answer them for you. All right. So the title of this session, if you have not read the agenda, which I'm sure you have, is Leading Positive Change and Building Resilient Communities. Now, from listening in on the previous session, it seems like many of you are caregivers or portray some sort of element in your current life with that role. So we're going to try to tailor this presentation on the fly to the caregiver perspective. All right. But still highlighting other perspectives as well. So what does resilience actually mean? We need to break it down, right? Now, many of us believe it's just pressing through something like a challenge to come out positive on the other side, right? That's what we think of resilience. It's the process and outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences through circumstances, through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility. All right, that's what resilience is. It's experiencing success and failure and learning from it. That's what resilience truly is being intentional and practicing it so it becomes this norm that we create. Now, can you teach resilience? Can you teach resilience? You would think you could, right? You can. Obviously, you have to be intentional with it. And we're going to talk about that later on, about how you can use emotional intelligence concepts to do this. Now, before we get any further, we talked about resilience, and everybody is intelligent enough. They know what resilience is. They've experienced it, or they're trying to experience it. But what are communities? Right? What are communities? Who are they and where are they? Bottom line, it's anyone. It's anyone. It's mainly classified as a group of people. It's not necessarily in the same place, but they share a commonality. They share the same characteristics, values, whatever it may be, some sort of commonality. It's the social connections, your families, as Matt alluded to before, it's outside your college. It's your home. It's outside your door. You walk outside your door, hello, you are in your community, right? Those are your communities. But a lot of individuals, and Matt could probably agree with me on this, we forget about the community within ourselves as well. We build our own community within ourselves. We always think outside of ourselves. And just like the speaker talked to you before in the last session, it's very important for that self-care, to take care of yourself, because it affects everything else. It affects the babies. It affects, the people you care for. But we often forget about that. And so those are your communities. An important aspect of community resilience is that a resilient community is more than a collection of resilient individuals. Let me say that again. A community resilience is a resilient community, says the same thing, is more than a collection of resilient individuals. Matt, what are your thoughts on the definition of resilience and community when we break it down like that?
Yes, it seems like it's a group of people that have a like mind and are going in the same direction with the same kind of goal. In this case, with working with folks with disabilities, it's about creating not only the patients or the clients, I'm not sure what you guys call them, clients maybe, and helping them be resilient, helping them understand that even though they might have some difficulties and some disabilities, that they can still be happy, they can still be powerful, they can still have a full, wonderful life, and make that so. With emotional intelligence, you can help them out. You can, and of course, like you said about about self-care. While you're doing that, you got to keep yourself positive and strong and healthy at the same time. So between you and them, you kind of are creating your own little community, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I love how you talked about like the emotional intelligence aspect of it. And we'll get into that a little bit later. But here's the thing that's important about that, because when we care for people, we think it's almost sometimes as very transactional. It's like, okay, they need water, I'm going to give them water. They need food, I'm going to give them food, and it can become so taxing. It can become so stressful, right? It's almost like parenting. Okay, I know I got to keep this kid alive, and I know I have to just meet their basic needs, but it can be stressful. So then you start introducing those elements of emotional intelligence to make it like a game changer, long-standing, consistent, intentional, such as empathy and, effective decision-making and effective communication, things like that. And this just doesn't go for caregivers. This goes for anyone that wants to make a change, a positive change in their community, in their lives, within themselves, right? So
yeah, like right.
Yeah.
What we were talking about earlier is about the internal awareness, where we are aware of ourselves first, and then social awareness, that we're working with others and we're aware of their needs. And then for the purpose, as I mentioned numerous times, for the purpose of creating peace, some peace in their lives, our lives, and the community life socially. So, yes.
Yes. And who doesn't want peace, right? I mean, especially peace within ourselves. That would be amazing.
Right.
But community resilience, going back to that word community, like I said, don't wrap yourself up. Don't think about it just like on the organizational community and volunteering. Yes, that's a community, but it's like we said, it's the people around you. It's the people you care for. That's your community. Like I said, it's the people, it's you, it's your inner self-talk. It's how you talk to yourself. That is your community. So when you have these resilient communities, when you are resilient, you have a hyper focus on your health. And a lot of people forget that. In these communities, health is so important. It's the physical, it's the behavioral, it's the social, environmental health, it's the well-being. That health piece is super critical and often missing when you talk about resilience. Here's one. Another aspect of resilience is it's the process. It's not the outcome. I know some of you are like, what? What do you mean by that? It's the process, not the outcome. Community resilience is not a static end state. It's not a be all end all. It can appear resilient in the face of a crisis and might appear less resilient in the face of another crisis. So it's very fluid. It's very malleable. It's a process, because community resilience, like I said, it does not measure community resilience directly. Like you can't measure community resilience. You can see it go up, up, and above, and you're like, oh, it's increasing, and I'm having these effective strategies, and I'm able to cope with my mental well-being. But you may encounter another situation where you use the same strategies, and guess what? It may not work. It may not work. It's based on all these different circumstances. So it's getting the process down. What do you think, Matt?
I
know I keep throwing it at you.
Yeah, I know. Trying to jump in here. So go ahead, keep going. I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. All right. So let's relate it to something that we've all experienced. The COVID pandemic. I know, let's not talk about that again. But unfortunately, it's still going on, right? And we've had to adapt. We've had to pivot. Now, while it has been a time marked by stress, by grief, hardship, remember I'm talking about that emotional well-being here, some, believe it or not, some experienced a surprising outcome. And there's studies on this, a sense of resilience. So how does that play into the whole pandemic with this, what we're talking about with this resilient communities? Well, out of the challenges came shifts in perspectives and priorities, right? Individuals, maybe even you, think about it, made decisions and formed healthy habits that shaped your lives for the better. In many ways, the pandemic challenged us to rethink. And for some, it presented a real prompt to think differently about our own lives, about our own values and who we care for. And unfortunately, some of you caregivers are probably taking care of the after effects of the pandemic right now as we speak, maybe even for yourself. Now, and I'm relating it back to a pandemic, like I said, where we can all relate. But while a pandemic might seem like this unusual catalyst for inspiring positive life change, right? It's actually typical to see a range of responses to a collective trauma. And that's what it was, trauma. That's what it is, to a collective community. See, I keep throwing out that word community in there because it's not just about, like I said, the people you care for, the people, outside your door. It's everyone, including yourself. So for the sake of time, you know what a resilience is, you know what a community is, and you know how, when it comes together, the benefits. How can you create a resilient community? How can you build one? How do you teach it? Like I asked earlier, like how do you create this resilient community if you're a leader for positive change, if you're taking care of somebody, including yourself? So nobody's immune to this, right? Well, you have to identify your needs. And we're going to put elements of emotional intelligence in this. Identify your needs. Why do you want to build this community? Why do you want to create this positive change? Like, why? Who says? You could just wait for somebody else to do it and then jump on board, right? That seems easy. You could complain about all the issues in life and just wait for it to magically fix itself. You could do that too, right? We get to make our own decisions. You have to ask yourself, is there a need that's not being met? Is there a need? Like and I'll give you a simple example. When you have an individual you are caring for and they are just complaining and they're just complaining and complaining and complaining. And you're like, how much more can I give you of myself? Right? Well, that's not really great, a heightened level of emotional intelligence because you're not empathizing with them. Right? So when somebody is complaining, think of it from a different perspective. Behind every complaint is a request. That person is requesting something of you. A need is not being met, right? So statistics show, and I know individuals love statistics. Statistics show that individuals who have a desire to create change usually are experiencing reactiveness. That's interesting. And that may sound confusing because you would think that to create change, you have to be this proactive entity, right? Like, I'm going to be proactive. This is it. But that's not usually the case. When individuals initiate change, they actually went through something, typically some sort of challenge, like a pandemic, that they are now in a reactive state versus a proactive state. So if you don't take anything from this, take this. Don't wait for something to be broken to fix it. Don't wait. Don't wait for somebody else. Don't sit on it. Be proactive versus reactive. And there are two questions that you can ask yourself. Two questions you can ask yourself before, if you're on the fence and go, I want to create change in my community. I just don't know what to do. I just know there's a need, right? I want to be part of that. That's amazing. Somebody has to do it, right? And I can guarantee you're going to get some cheerleaders and support in your arena. You ask yourself this one question: what do you want your community? What change do you want to create? What do you want to create? Where's the need? And then the second one, there's only two because these are simple. 5 years from now, think about this. 5 years from now, how do you want your cause, your change to be remembered? The legacy it leaves, the change. That's how you create it. Identify the need and envision 5 years from now, because you want that change sustained, right? Matt? I know.
Those are really good points. I'm putting notes on what you're saying in the chat so you guys can follow along since we don't have a PowerPoint. Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, you said behind every complaint is a request. Don't wait for things to be broken before you can fix it. Be proactive versus reactive. That's helpful for you and others. What change do you want to create in your community and around you? Beautiful stuff. So
thanks for that validation, Matt.
Sure.
No, okay, so yes. Okay, so once you identify the needs, it's time to be positive, right? And then I'm not talking toxic positivity, like everything's going to be beautiful, rainbows and unicorns, and we're all going to come together and sing. I mean, that's great and everything, but there's not many rainbows and not many unicorns that I've seen. So what does that positive change look like? Well, it's easy to create if you incorporate emotional intelligence. It really is. It's being very intentional and aware of it. But like I said, intentionality is important. It improves resilience. There are many benefits to using emotional intelligence to lead change within your community, to rehabilitate it, right? But the trick is, like I keep saying, you have to be intentional and you have to be consistent. If there is a change needed in your community, then guess what? You are the change agent. You are the change agent. Not everybody else, you are. People can help, but don't assume that there's a need in your community and create a program for it. I've seen that happen many times when I've traveled around the world. People will create all these organizations and then it fizzles out, right? That's what just happens. They have this great intent, but it's not consistent. And then they have this great idea, and guess what? It's all based on assumption. Well, I assume these people are having problems. I assume that the environment needs to X, Y, and Z. Ask people. Ask the people within the community. Don't assume. Learn their stories. That's part of emotional intelligence. Learn their stories. Ask them questions. Ask them what they need. We don't do that enough in society. We assume that, and we try to be heroes and we try to fix everything when something is maybe not even be broken because we don't know the story. It's learning it from their perspective, right? And Matt, feel free to jump in whenever you want, okay? If you want to add something to that. I don't want to feel like I'm just taking up the entire thing.
No, you're doing great. I'm just supporting you by commenting in the chat. And also some other people are chatting saying it does take a bit of a risk to be a change agent sometimes. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes, a risk. But here, and I challenge you, risk, when we hear the word risk, oh, we think, ooh, creepy. I'm going to be hesitant. I don't know if I could do this, but innovation comes from risk. And when you realize, hey, you know what? I'm going to go in there and I'm going to risk this and I may fail. I may fail miserably, but guess what? I'm going to learn from it and I'm going to grow from it. And I'd rather fail and learn through the process than having something so like perfect that it can't, because think about it, remember I talked about it earlier, it's fluid, it fluctuates. You're going to have to constantly adapt. Your strategy now may not work for a challenge in the future. And that's okay. That's the beauty in all this. That's the beauty in risk. But wouldn't it be amazing to live in a place of abundance versus scarcity? Instead of the land of what if? Well, what if I fail? Well, what if you succeed? Well, what if I lose all my money? What if you make some money? You see, we live in this negative what if instead of what could be. So that's just a flip of perspective. Now, I'm not saying everybody go out and create all these communities because you don't care about risk. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so amazing. I mean, care about it. There's got to be parameters, obviously, right? So that was a disclaimer in case any of y'all do that. Don't do that. But yes, very good question. Take that risk, take that chance, because the possibilities are far outweigh the negativities. So, with emotional intelligence, communication is important. It's, EI, I'm sure Matt talked about this earlier. Emotional intelligence improves the quality of our relationships by understanding ourselves, others, and knowing how to effectively communicate. It creates self-awareness, social adaptability, communities. Look at that, social adaptability, what we're talking about. Empathy, there's that compassion, talking to people, learning what connects us, a commonality. It allows us to survive and thrive during challenging times, through unexpected circumstances, through a pandemic. Resilience helps. We can problem solve effectively. I'm not just saying, hey, you can problem solve, you can effectively problem solve, and you can seek support when needed. There are so many support resources out there that we tend to think we can do everything on our own. But being highly emotional intelligent, when you seek out that support, that says something right there. And asking for that support and getting others on your team. Now, I want to share something interesting with you. There in the emotional intelligent world, like this world, because we all live in it, but I really feel like I'm really in this world. There's this theory, and it's called the rule of resilience. And it's basically, I'll put it this way, it's basically learning how to deal with the emotions that rise when you fail repeatedly, or when you face pressure or difficult challenges. So this can coincide with that risk question earlier. When you are in a challenging, this rule of resilience you can make it proactive and you can make it work in your favor, because when you are in a challenging situation, you can create this positive change. But there are steps to take, and there are simple steps. You know these steps, but we just don't consciously practice them. Okay. So first step is take a break. You're in a challenging situation and you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to create peace. I'm exhausted from caregiving. This pandemic is never going away, it seems like. I'm just over it. Take a break. We all reach a point when we're ready to give up. We do. And when that happens, it's helpful to take a break. Well, a break, maybe, I know some of you are like, I have no time in my life to take a break. Well, if you don't take care of your wellness, you're going to be taking care of your illness. It's simple. If you don't take care of your wellness, you are going to start taking care of your illness. And that's not fun because now you have to find a caregiver, right? Doing so helps you to get your emotions. When you take a break, it helps you get your emotions leveled, managed, not controlled, because remember, you cannot control emotions. You can manage them. So you get them managed and allow, and this right here allows you the opportunity to recharge your emotional batteries. Yep, your emotional batteries. This is going to give you the strength to try again and not give up. The second step is, Matt's going to love this one. Embrace your feelings. For real. We have what? Over 4,000 emotions that surge through our body, not at the same time. If you have 4,000 emotions that surge through your body, this is probably the wrong webinar you need to be on, right? No, we have like six basic emotions, but they're all different levels, right? When dealing with pressure or your repeated failures, you're likely to be frustrated and angry, even possibly disappointed in yourself. Don't ignore these emotions. Congratulations, you are human. Instead, accept them. Accept them. Feel to heal. You like that, Matt? Feel to heal. And then he likes to say, name it to tame it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Feel it,
yes.
feel it, name it to tame it. Yep.
Yes. Those are important. Voice them out loud. Voice them out loud. And when I say that, it sounds so elementary. I'm not kidding. It sounds like when you are angry, thank your anger. You know what? Thank you, anger. That's a basic emotion. It's okay to be angry. It's okay. It's how you use your anger that makes it ineffective or effective. Anger's not bad, but a lot of people chalk it up as being bad, and it's not. You're human and you feel. Congratulations, you have arrived, right? So feel it to heal it. And when you voice it out loud, say, thank you, anger. I'm frustrated, or I feel frustrated right now. You're not frustrated. Don't say I am frustrated, because that doesn't define you. Say, I feel frustrated. Thank you. Now, what am I going to do about it? You recognize it, and that's okay. Because guess what? When you create change, you're probably going to be passionate because you're creating change, right? There's some passion involved. All right. One more step. I know you're like, what? Remember, it's take a break, feel your emotions. Ready for this one? If you're creating change in your community or within yourself, innovate. There's that risk. There's that risk. Innovate. You've likely heard it said before. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. People classify that as insanity. This is coming from that reactive versus proactive mentality, that mindset. Think differently. Reframe your brain. I always say potty train your brain. Reframe your brain. And when I say that, when you create positive change, when you try to create intentional positive change, you're trying something new. You're innovating. You're creating something new. Strive to solve problems in a different way using emotional intelligence. Ask people, effective decision-making, communication. Explore contradictory opinions. Don't be a thought leader or a change agent who has this groupthink mentality or seeks out advice so you can get confirmation bias that your idea is the best idea. Have different people come to your community that can provide you that devil's advocate approach. Sometimes, and more than likely, that's going to lead to amazing success because people are going to see your blind spots. They're going to identify blind spots. And I'm going to be honest with you, you may not get it the first try, and that's okay. It may take several tries, but that's okay. That's losing and learning. All right. Matt, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, awareness is a huge part of this whole thing. And as you mentioned, asking is a huge skill. It's one of the most important emotional intelligence skills. It does take some risk to ask, but it is so critical to get more information, get better information, so you can do better and you can do more. So, yep, asking is a huge part.
So I know, I mean, that's the gist of this presentation, because I know we were behind. So I was trying to cram everything into, so I can keep y'all on track. What, y'all like that? So are there any questions whatsoever that you would like to ask Matt or myself in regards to being a caregiver and just creating change within your community or within yourself or anything?
Here's a question, Renee. Monique asks, how can we increase social adaptability?
Meaning as a collection or as an individual? I'm glad you see that question, because I don't see it. I mean, it's probably up there.
Yeah, it's a ways back.
How do you increase social adaptability? Like how, well, I mean, it's coping strategies. If you're talking, I mean, regardless, if it's on an individual level, it's knowing how you cope in stress, good stress and bad stress, right? It's those, how do you insert yourself to be social and adapt to the situation, but not really cater to it? I'm assuming that's the thing. And that takes elements of courage. That takes research. That takes, I mean, you have to be comfortable. You have to be comfortable to adapt. But if you find yourself stuck or not having that courage because of the adversity out there and trying to adapt socially and wanting to be more social, but you just can't do it, there's something deeper there. There's a validation that's not being met with you. And I know I'm going deep here, but there's a possibility that I would challenge you to check your values in life to see what you value and why are you even wanting to go into, to adapt in this social element right here. I mean, I don't know the question, because I don't know if it's social in general or if it's a certain situation, but it takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of consistency and intentionality, but it's getting right with who you are and what you value. So there's no disconnect when you actually go out to socially and try to adapt. You're sure of yourself. You have that confidence. You have that assertiveness. You're not apologizing, right? You're not apologizing for who you are, because guess what? You know who you are. And I want to say something about the caregiver approach really fast. I'm assuming there are a lot of caregivers in this room right now. I mean, you care for children, you care for your spouses, you care for your organization. You just care for yourself.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yes, yourself. That's so important, because if you're not taking care of yourself, how are you taking care of others? I always say, don't put yourself on fire to keep others warm. And we do that all the time. We set ourselves on fire, but to keep everybody else warm around us, but we forget about ourselves, and that's not working. And that's not teaching others to not do the same, because they're looking at you. So if you classify yourself as a caregiver or a parent or whatever, and guess what? Like I said, take care of yourself, because that caregiver is just a role you play in life. It's not who you are. It's not who you are. You are much more than just a caregiver, right? You are a human. So what does that look like? What are your values? What do you believe in? What's your passion? What's your desires? That is you. That embodies you. It's not the roles you play in life. It's part of it, but it's not you. It doesn't define you. So don't get lost in that. And that's, people when they have hard time creating change, that's where they're stuck. That's where they're stuck because they find love and they find support in giving to others. They do. And that's great. That's amazing. We need people like that in the world. But they often forget about themselves and they lose their identity because they're not taking care of themselves.
That's true, especially during the pandemic. There was so many people that, especially in the medical profession and other caregivers that were trying to help, trying so hard to help, and they ended up getting burned out. They end up getting frustrated, having to leave or choosing to leave the profession. And it was such a shame. We lost an awful lot of very, very educated, very powerful people because they didn't know how to do self-care and personal well-being. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. I'm not saying it's easy, like most of the emotional intelligence. Some of it's real simple. You're like, oh yeah, just take care of yourself. Sure, yeah, it sounds easy, but not so much sometimes. Sometimes it's very difficult. But it's just a shame that we had to lose so many people, and still are, I assume. There's actually a shortage in some places of nurses and caregivers and such because a lot of them left the profession because they couldn't do it anymore, or couldn't or wouldn't do it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I have had friends who she's a OBGYN. She delivers babies all day, like 10 to 12 babies a day. And she is, she's exhausted. She's burned out. But the thing is with burnout, people experience burnout because they're just overwhelmed. I'm tired of it. I'm stressed. But guess what? Burnout, one of the primary cause, there's a couple of primary causes, but one of the primary causes of burnout is they're not aligned with their values. They get lost in it because it just became like this robotic thing that they're doing and they're just tired of it. And they feel like they're not getting anywhere. They're not creating that positive change. They're not being resilient. When you practice resilience to build yourself or a community or to create that change, you realize that it's not what happens that matters, but how you respond to it that counts. I'll say that again. You realize that it's not what happens that matters. It's how you respond to it that counts.
That's the basis of emotional intelligence. That's what I was saying numerous times earlier. It's not no matter what happens outside of us, we get to choose what happens inside of us. And so it's not the things that happen to us that matters. It's how we respond to them. Exactly what you're saying, right?
Yes, it's so important. And don't put yourself last. Do it first. It's not selfish. Just saying, I'm throwing that out there. Oh, I'll get to that after I fix this person and implement this change and give the dog some water. Oh my gosh, leave the dog alone for a bit and go get yourself some water. Then go get, that's a very basic example, but hey, for it to stick, sometimes you need it.
I'll throw out just for a moment, if I could, kind of a side add is that some of these comments were made by Dr. Stephen Oliver, who is in our audience today and is also will be one of the speakers. He's on our team. He'll be one of the speakers tomorrow. And he has done numerous talks on burnout. So burnout is a very real subject. It's a very powerful subject, and it's very relevant, very, very relevant right about now. So it's good to have him here.
Yes, welcome.
What happens if you are in a group of slow reactors? Is it still okay to ask?
Of course, because don't be so assertive to be like, hey, can you hurry up? I'm trying to create positive change over here. You don't need to be too assertive, but you got to realize, come from it and from a different, so as humans, we listen to react. We don't pause and intentionally listen to understand. So where are they coming from? If they are slow reactors, ask them, talk to them. Maybe they have a fear of failure. Maybe they have a fear to innovate. Maybe they even have a fear of success. Oh my gosh, what does that look like? And I haven't experienced success like this before, and I wouldn't know what to do beyond it. Maybe they are just ignorant. And when I say ignorant, it's lack of knowledge. It's not stupidity. They just don't know what they don't know, and they need to be educated. So ask those questions. That's the part of communication with emotional intelligence. That's learning their stories and then helping them. Be the guide on the side. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, Matt. You ready? Be the guide on the side, not the sage on the stage.
Like that.
But yes, there are people out there who are very slow, and because there's something that's holding them back. There's a barrier there. And it's just communicating to find out what it is. Because guess what? You possibly went through the same experience. Isn't that beautiful to even identify with something like that, to help them out, to mentor to them? Thank you for the question.
Right on. Any other comments or questions?
স্লাইড গুলো ম্যাম দেখালে ভালো তো স্লাইড
they want slide. Mr. Matt,
yeah,
have you slide? I think Dr. Renia prepared slide PPT.
No slides. Matt's a huge fan of them. I'm usually not. But I could create a talking point, like we can create something that you can send out, just like to rehash, to summarize our points. Would you like that?
Yeah, sure. So you send through email, not now, maybe after over. I'm giving you the email. Matt knows my email. I'm forwarding you my email. The
perfect.
points so that we can go through that points for our in-depth knowledge. Okay, I'm sending.
Oh, good. I'll be sure to send you spam. Just kidding. I won't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Khalid sir.
Yeah, okay, to wake
Thank you.
reads Kori. Yes, Dr. Inia and Mr. Matt explained very nicely and express as well. Thank you on behalf of the Sapno Society, and especially from Taposh Burman and his team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who played a very tough role for the success of this event. And thanks to
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please, Renia, please forward later. I forwarded my
Thank you, everyone.
email ID. Please forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am is excellent.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Sir, অনিরুদ্ধ স্যারও আছেন স্যার।
Oh, Oniruddha sir. Sir, you please conclude. My dear Professor, sir, please conclude the session.
Yeah, you can sir, you have been there. You can conclude.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, you conclude. You are expert.
No, because I haven't heard much of it.
Okay. So there are, I think today is, how many speakers? 4, I think, no?
4 speakers, yes.
4. So anyway, it was excellent for everybody, individual lecture, and that will facilitate all of us, especially for the educators and even us to way forward our mission, especially for special educators and the college, Dwarfs Special Education College. And a special sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Anuradha Gunde sir, Professor Gunde sir, and all other honored participants, resource person, and resource person, the speakers also. Thank you very much for your great time with us. Suppose that's okay. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
ওকে স্যার
We'll
অনুরোধ স্যার
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
বাই
Bye,
স্যার
sir. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye. Thank you so much.
অনিরুদ্ধ স্যার
থ্যাংক ইউ
Thank you.
Evaluation paper and the other sheet would be delivered.
অনিরুদ্ধ স্যার
হ্যাঁ
তাহলে স্যার আপনি আজকের মতো ইয়ে করে দিন
হ্যালো কালেক্ট স্যার তো করে দিলেন
হ্যাঁ
Hello, Anindra sir. Hello.
হ্যালো স্যার আমাদের কি কোনো লিংক দেওয়া হবে আমাদের কোনো
Anindra sir, আমি বলছিলাম কি আমাদের
স্যার আমাদের কোনো এক্সাম হবে
পারছি না।
অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স বা এক্সাম এই বিষয়ে কিছু বলুন স্যার এগুলো একটু যদি বলে দেন অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স আর এক্সামটা নিয়ে
হ্যাঁ অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স আর এক্সামটা আমরা করে দিচ্ছি আপনাদের এখনই আপনার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপটা ফলো করুন আমি তাপস স্যার বলছি আর কি আপনারা গ্রুপটা ফলো করুন হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আপনাদের
স্যার এখান থেকে কি লেফট হয়ে যাব এখান থেকে কি লেফট হয়ে গিয়ে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে চলে যাব
আপনি आगे আমার কথাটা শুনুন आप लोग व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप फॉलो करिए उसमें हम लोग का जो गूगल फॉर्मेट का क्वेश्चनर आप लोग को मिल जाएगा एक लिंक मिल जाएगा उसमें आप लोग को क्वेश्चन और आंसर मिलेगा आप लोग को वही से आंसर देना पड़ेगा देने के बाद सबमिट करना पड़ेगा और साथ में आपका जो भी रिसोर्स पर्सन था आज 4 रिसोर्स पर्सन था उनको भी एक फीडबैक फॉर्म है वो भी आप लोग को फिलअप करना पड़ेगा टोटल 5 आप लोग को
एवल्यूएशन पेपर हमें कब तक सबमिट करना पड़ेगा आई मीन कितना टाइम हमें मिलेगा
1 आवर्स मिलेगा आप लोग को 1 आवर्स में आप लोग को करना पड़ेगा আপনাদের 1 ঘন্টা টাইম আপনাদের 1 ঘন্টা টাইম
Hello, sir.
হ্যাঁ বলুন
স্যার ডিটেইলসটা আরেকবার বাংলায় বলে দিন।
আপনাদের 1 ঘন্টা টাইম থাকবে 1 ঘন্টা টাইম থাকবে আপনাদের হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আপনারা ফলো করুন সেখানে আপনাদের লিংক 4টা 5টা লিংক পাবেন একটা কোশ্চেনের লিংক পাবেন আপনার এভ্যালুয়েশন ফর্ম পাবেন একটা লিংকে একটা আর বাকি 4টাতে আপনারা পাবেন আজকের যে রিসোর্স পারসন যারা ছিলেন তাদের ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম তাদেরকে কোন রিসোর্স পারসন কি রকম লেগেছে সেটা বিষয়ে একটা আপনাদের ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম দেওয়া আছে টোটাল 5টা লিংক আপনাদের হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আছে আপনাদের অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা কি ওই ইভ্যালুয়েশনের মধ্যে স্যার 1 ঘন্টা মতো সময় থাকবে সেখানে আপনাদের 70% আপনাকে অ্যাচিভ করতে হবে আপনি ওখানে রেজাল্টও পেয়ে যাবেন আপনি ভিউ অপশনে গেলে ভিউ রেজাল্ট অপশনে গেলে আপনি দেখতে পাবেন আপনার কত পেয়েছেন ঠিক আছে
পার পেপারে 70% নাকি তিনটে মানে তিনটে দিনে
আজকে টোটাল আজকে 70% আপনাদের 10টা কোশ্চেন দেওয়া আছে
স্যার ওটা কি অ্যানসার কি এডিট করে
নামটা ভুল ছিল নামটা এখন রিমা দিনটা হয়েছে এবার অ্যাবসেন্ট হব না তো
না এখন ঠিক আছে ম্যাম ঠিক আছে
স্যার অ্যানসার কি এডিট করা যাবে
না অ্যানসার আপনি এডিট করতে পারবেন না এডিট করা যাবে
ইভালুয়েশন ফর্মটাতে ফোন নাম্বার কি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ নাম্বার দিতে হবে
কি বললেন
ওই ইভালুয়েশন ফর্মটাতে যে ফোন নাম্বারটা ওটা কি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ নাম্বারে দিতে হবে
এটা যে কোনো একটা ফোন নাম্বার দিলেই হবে আপনার
আচ্ছা
আচ্ছা 1 ঘন্টাটা কখন থেকে কাউন্ট হবে একটু বলবেন
এখন থেকে 1 ঘন্টা 5টা 20 পর্যন্ত আপনারা দিতে পাবেন
5টা 20 ওকে স্যার ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ
হ্যালো স্যার
কোশ্চেনটা কাকে দেবেন
হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ বলুন
হ্যালো
হ্যালো
বলুন
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমি বলছিলাম কি অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা মানে কি করা হবে? ইভ্যালুয়েশন ফর্মে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স থাকবে না আলাদা করে দেওয়া হবে স্যার? একটু
না আমরা অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স এখান থেকে আমরা কালেক্ট করে নিয়েছি।
হ্যালো,
অলরেডি আপনারা অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স শিটটা আপনি অলরেডি আমাদের গ্রুপে পেয়ে যাবেন একটু পরে আপনাকে।
আমি দেখে নিয়েছি আমারটা অলরেডি এখন নেই, কিন্তু আমি জানি যে
হ্যালো
স্যার অ্যানসার করাতে কি একটু হেল্প পাওয়া যাবে?
না কোনো হেল্প পাওয়া যাবে না, আপনারা করবেন।
হ্যালো
স্যার
হ্যালো, সব জায়গায় তো একটু হেল্প পাওয়া যায় স্যার।
ওটাকে স্যার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে দেওয়া হবে?
হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপগুলোতে আপনারা ফলো করুন এখন।
হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে অ্যানসারটা কোথায় দেবো?
বলছিলাম
লিভ নিয়ে নেব।
আমরা এখন বন্ধ করে দিব।
অ্যানসার গুলোতে একটু হেল্প করুন।
লিভ হয়ে যাব,
লিভ হয়ে যান, আমরা বন্ধ করে দিব।
হ্যালো,
অ্যানসারটা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে দিয়ে দেবো স্যার?
হ্যাঁ হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে আপনি লিংক পাবেন, লিংকে দিবেন।
হ্যালো স্যার,
স্যার রেগুলেশন এডিট করা যাবে?
অন্য কিছু তো পাচ্ছি না।
আপনি দেখতে পারবেন ওখানে।
স্যার
হ্যালো স্যার,
ফিডব্যাক আমি পাচ্ছি, অন্য কিছু তো পাচ্ছি না।
হ্যালো
অ্যানসার গুলোতে হেল্প করুন।
ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম না
স্যার।
আপনি এপ্লিকেশনও পাবেন ওখানে, দেখুন ওখানে।
স্যার রেগুলেশন এডিট করা যাবে? হ্যালো
হ্যালো স্যার, বলছি আমার যে গ্রুপে যে লিংক গুলো পাঠিয়েছেন বুঝছে না,
আপনি নাহলে অন্য কাউকে ফরওয়ার্ড করুন, অন্য কাউকে ফরওয়ার্ড করুন, আপনার বন্ধুকে ফরওয়ার্ড করুন।
আচ্ছা ফরওয়ার্ড করে নিয়ে নেবো না? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে।